Dang, that like 5 minutes or whatever flew by. I didn't even make a tea. It's okay though. I'll make one right now. Hopefully everybody's day is good. I added a bunch more songs to the playlist, increasing it by over an hour, so hopefully we'll get to hear some of those today. Okay. All right. We just started. What do you mean we just started? Am I not allowed to start? That seems like a hampering to me. You look like this in real life. What, in a closet? I slept in a closet once. It's not necessarily too bad. I sleep. I don't remember. Ooh, I went to sleep encumbered. That's annoying. So there's a couple things I want to get done today for sure. This morning I want to at least do mechanics to 5. And then we'll build the wall for the rest of it. Until we break our axes that we have. Pariah. No spoils. But are you playing the new Yakuza game? You're flying. Okay, kudos. No spoils though. I'm not gonna spoil for you either. But we are also we were playing it last night. So I was playing the. Oh, you haven't booted it yet. Okay. So I was playing. I was gonna extract from Djax's server, and I hit a multiplayer snag that killed my character. So I was like, that's kind of sucky. But that's how it goes when you play multiplayer. Multiplayer is kind of just jank on its own, so I wasn't that upset about it at all. Plus, it kind of gives me more time to do stuff like um, really focus and enjoy the Yakuza, which games that we've been enjoying, and it's good so far. There's, it's not quite zero level yet, but I'm giving it time. Um, I will spoil one tiny thing that you will maybe not be keen on because I remember you saying you didn't really like it, but we did the karaoke and it was good. Karaoke is one of Emma's favorite parts of the game, so. But there is another thing that Emma stumbled into that you will make you very happy that you already would know exists in the game, and that would be Emma wandered into the mahjong parlor. So that's kind of interesting. So you fairly quickly you can find the mahjong parlor. So don't worry about that. Yeah, I figured you'd be happy about that. Make your money early on in the game. But yeah, I won't spoil anything. Don't worry. No spoils for you. You can enjoy the game as you will. It's such a good game series. Well, that's fair. Yeah, I don't have dub. We're doing English subs. Yeah, we don't ever do the dub because it's just not the same, right? So let's just do this really quick. My goal right now is to. I just want to get to the next level of mechanics really quickly so that we can go work on the wall. And then my plan is to break the axes that we have in hopes of. So it shouldn't be too hard to get to mechanics level 5. Especially given that we have. Well, I mean, I could get to mechanics level 10 right now, but like we did last time. But I don't intend to do that again right away. I'm gonna take it slow because we've got a fairly good engine car this time around. So I think we had an okay engine car last time around, but I wanted to just up the quality of the car really fast. So I kind of just did it all in one go. That's not a bad thing to do. It does suck though that these cars with absolutely amazing parts are sort of trash. Yeah, we can peel parts off though and use them for other cars. But yeah, I kind of can't wait. That's one of the best things. So I was gonna continue doing with the Wild West stuff, but I feel like I'm gonna be like that. I was having problems, and I might have been the cause of some of the problems that was happening on the server because, like, I mean, when I would log in, people would lag. I've seen all the different bugs that existed, so it's like, is it really my fault? It might be my fault. And then so I was like, okay, well, maybe in the future when multiplayer is a little bit more stable, I can try again, sort of thing. It's weird though, because I've played on multiplayer servers before, and I've not had the same issue, so it's one of those things that I'm not really sure why it's that way. I live in northern Canada though, so it's one of those things that's like that might play a role into it. Maybe I'm too far away from the server, but I don't know. It's just weird. The reason why I'm thinking about this right now, though, is because it was fresh. It just sort of happened yesterday. For those that don't know, I was killed on the multiplayer server because what happened was I was on. We were getting ready to do extraction, and I got on a vehicle while, like, I mean, and because I was hoping that we could all drive there. My character was T-posing on the vehicle, so I thought nothing of it. And as we were driving there, my screen froze, and I was just frozen, T-posing in the middle of the desert. So I was like, okay, well, we'll just wait and see what happens. And eventually, what happened is my character did a weird snapback, and literally the entire screen was covered in zombies. Like there was no way in hell that I was getting out of that. I don't think like it's one of those scenarios that I don't even know if Bonsai would have been able to get out of that. It was one of those like there was no room. You like it was no room to move. Lamprey would struggle to get out of that kind of situation. It would have been just brutal. It's too many zombies on the screen. Like it wasn't quite West Point times 16 level, but it was still up there. Like definitely too many zombies around. And my character wouldn't move. Like she was T-posing. Them's the breaks when you play multiplayer though. Sometimes you're gonna win, sometimes you're gonna lose. Yeah, and I've weaved in and out of times 16 before. I can weave zombies. It's not, you know, not quite the same. All right, let's take off the remaining tires. Put these back. Yeah, I need to go back to Max Pop at some point. I miss it. Max Pop's really fun. The reason why I started this one in the first place was because I thought I wouldn't have time, which is stupid now that I think about it. I should just be doing time 16. I was like, oh well, but then again, I do really like CDDA. CDDA is one of those game modes that you kind of. It's a good leisurely sort of game mode when you're at this stage. It becomes more of a for fun mode. Um, I don't know if that makes sense. It's just a relaxing time. I, and that's funny because before if I were to tell myself in the past like that. Oh, by the way, you're gonna consider CDDA a relaxing time. I would have probably not believed myself because I used to think it was really hard. Like, yeah, CDDA is tough. I mean, it's not difficult. It is fairly tough in the first month or so. Once you get past that, it becomes kind of normal. I'm not the only one that thinks that, I'm sure. It's one of those game modes that's just kind of it's yeah, like especially well, comparing anything to sprinters is not really ever going to be fair. Sprinters is like playing a completely different game. Yeah, these ones you kind of just can relax and just kind of vibe and not really worry too much about stuff. Your biggest challenge early game will be getting through the cold and the wound, and then after that, it's like, okay, well now you just got to get through the rest of it, which is the winter. Once you survive the winter, that's it. CDDA is defeated, and you're playing an upgraded version of Apocalypse. Because Apocalypse is what times? I can't remember if Apocalypse is times 1.5 or if it's times 4. But if I remember right, I think it's times 2 or times 4. Might be 1.5 times. I don't remember. I just know that CDDA is a slight upgrade from Apocalypse. And that it's times 6 with respawns on at the end. And that's not to say that times 6 isn't a lot. It is a lot. It's a slight upgrade, yeah. I would say slight upgrade. I think I'm right in thinking that. Its base pop is 4, but it goes up to times 6. So, and then it's got respawns, right? So it's it's infinite times 6 pop, which is, I mean, that's not too bad. It's not times 16, but I mean, what is times 16 but times 16, right? Times 16 is like your end game fast shamblers. It's pretty much as tough as shamblers get. Hmm? I watched Bonds play do the mechanic stuff in Sprinterland. That's his best run is 6.4k, which was really cool. He had a really good car in that one. And then there's Animal. Animal's just insane. If you have never had the joy of watching Animal, it's crazy. He does sprinters, but he plays with short blunts. It's insane. Like there are some PZ players that are absolutely insane at doing that kind of stuff. Lamprey, if I remember right, does axes as well when he does sprinters. Which actually, I'm looking forward to the future sprinter gameplay that Lamprey mentioned that he would be playing here in the near future. Like, I say near future when I mean months from now. Isn't that weird? The time's different when you I don't know, months from now, you know, casual months from now. You can do sprinters when you're not Bonds. Yeah, that's fair. I can do sprinters, but I'm not Bonds or Lamprey. I well, I say I can do sprinters. I lasted a week. I don't have all the tricks down. That's the problem. Is when I play sprinters, I'm probably the closest comparison to my sprinter gameplay would be Lamprey's gameplay, but I use hunting knives as best I can or screwdrivers because I was trying to make short blades in sprinters work, and they're good. But the problem with short blades in sprinters is they level really quickly and they're good for their stamina consumption. So, like, I mean, they're really good for that. But the fact that you have to hit the zombies at least twice is sometimes fairly tough. I do plan to do more sprinters though at some point in the future because I think it could be fun. There's something in the back seat. Time for your max sprint pop sprinter shotgun run. I mean, you could kind of do it though, Tower. I believe that you could. If anybody could make shotgun sprinters work, it would probably be be you on that list. The reason why I think that actually is because the see, I could see Tower being that kind of person that would burn all the sprinters in the area and then only use shotguns to bring more sprinters and then just keep burning them because it's not really about the kills at that point. That's the thing, right? In sprinters, it's not about the kills, it's about the tactics. So he would play times 16. He would use shotguns and campfires and to burn all the sprinters in the area, and then after that he would. I could just see it working. Of course, Tower's gameplay is very interesting style. Very much base building. If you like solid base building like gameplay, Tower's really good for that. Like the bases always turn out lovely, and the organization of the loot is just glorious. It's like you really should. I know that you don't like to organize your loot on stream, but you really should, because it's one of those things that's like it's soothing for some folks. You know what I mean? I don't know if I'm expressing that well enough, but it is soothing for some folks to see things going in the right place. I don't know. It's weird. I'd like to express it more, but yeah, no. Burning. So look, Kurumi sprinters. It's all game. You don't. You there's no honor or dishonor. The zombies are given too much power. In my opinion, that's fair game. Build knee-high fences everywhere. I'm always terrible with the tripping over those knee-high fences, though. My character's really clumsy. Yeah, there's no honor or dishonor in sprinters. That's why when people get their little they get all aggressive about, oh, you're using what is it? You're using fences or you're using windows. I'm like, why on earth are you complaining about that? They're sprinters. If you didn't use those tactics, you'd be pretty screwed. You got to use everything in the kit. All of the kit, the tricks in the bag. You need bigger number. I mean, well, you'd still get a huge number. It's not like the zombies are going to run out. There's millions of them. Literally millions. All right, let's see. So we did a little bit of mechanics, so we've got about halfway on mechanics. Tomorrow we're going to go build more wall. They're limited? No, they aren't. Not limited at all, because what happens is, yes, there's 4.6 million or whatever, but even if you manage to kill all 4.6 million, you can go into sandbox settings, turn on respawn, wait a month, and then do it all again if you really wanted to. Cheese stats invalidate the run. Oh my goodness, those folks. It's just why though? Like, I mean, it was one of those things. It's like, really? You're gonna choose that hill to stand on? It's like, I know, no, I know you two aren't on that hill, but it's like really. It's one of those things that's just weird. It's like those folks that wandered in here a long time ago. I can't remember who they were exactly, but somebody wandered in here and told me that screwdrivers are OP. And I'm not saying that they're not, because they are fairly good weapons, but they're screwdrivers. It's just like, it's like you can't win unless you're using unarmed. You can't use anything, and it's got to be specifically like you got to wear the flip flops or the sandals. Can't use desert military boots. Can't use regular riding boots or anything like that. No. You got to use flip flops. Oops. This is not a reloading stream. I'm just doing this to kill 4 in-game hours. And I feel if I keep doing this to kill like a handful of in-game hours every now and then I won't actually have to do a reloading stream. Even though there's a part of me that's like, yeah, you still are going to need to do a reloading stream. Because you can't really train reloading unless you do a reloading stream. Because even if you do like 4 hours every, so like, or a few hours every in-game day, it's like the amount of bullets you need to reload is just too big a number. Yeah. I don't know. It's weird when people, because I mean, I don't like when people undersell the achievements of others, because that's not really nice. Like, I mean, if somebody finds value in something, then that something is valuable to them. You know what I mean? So, but at the same time, I don't like when people do, um, like, adds like stipends to people's, like, oh, well, like, or like folks that wander into like Lamprey stream and say, "Oh, you use spears." It's so dumb. It's like, well, yeah, I use spears to kill 700k zombies. You gonna tell me that's not impressive? That's 700,000 zombies that have not had received any issues with input like failure. It's hard. Because he thinks it's cheese. That's kind of funny, because isn't that his name? His name is Cheese. You'd think he'd want to use all the cheesy strats. It's like kind of nearly clickbaity. Like, his name is Cheese. I don't know Cheese all that well though. So my knowledge of Cheese is that he is a parent, and that he uh, used to play footsies with the record with Rural, um, and that he likes crowbars and dislikes spears. That's it. That's literally my knowledge of Cheese. Oh, and that he frequently will load up multiplayer servers that last for a little while, but then kind of they go away because people get bored with multiplayer, and that's not really a Cheese problem. That's a multiplayer problem. Is because that's actually a standard multiplayer problem with all multiplayer. Is that people will get bored with multiplayer because of the what happens is when there's multiple people playing on something, um, it speeds up the gameplay so that the people that get bored faster are going to get bored, and like it is the same as Minecraft, right? Is the people that get bored from the once they're done their progression and they don't really have any major goals after that, well then they're not going to want to play anymore. And then once those folks migrate their way out, you're left with the folks that have the sort of the drive to keep playing, and the people that keep pushing forward with goals. And unfortunately, those folks get lonely and bored by themselves and sad sometimes. Like, I mean, because you got to take it from that perspective of those folks join the multiplayer server to play with like-minded individuals, and then they're all alone. Sometimes they have a handful of friends with them, but like, I mean, they're all alone at the end. Whether it's they've had a bunch of people like get killed around them, and they're just like wandering around with a max level character, and they're like they'll be, they'll see some folks and help them for a little while, but then those folks will die and then quit the game, and then they keep losing their friends on repeat, and it's just kind of, it's one of those, and I hate to say it like this because it sounds kind of like I way overdid the reloading. It sounds like I'm, but it's one of those, it's lonely at the top kind of deal. Not that I've ever been at the top of the multiplayer stuff. Like, I mean, I guess technically speaking, I had, like, I think the fourth highest or third highest skill set on the DJack server before I got killed. But that's not really relevant, right? Because I did die, so. But that's it's the thing, right? It's just there's balance. Lonely at the top. Hi, Otto. Oh yeah, I liked Djax's server. I thought it was really fun. The only issue that I had was one, I died to jank, which sucks, and I seen probably all the jank that you probably could see on that server. Like everything. I seen like my character wouldn't load. I had a multiplayer issue where I kept seeing that the this trait screen. Like it kept showing me the trait screen. So I just relogged and kept relogging until eventually it let me in, right? So that one was kind of annoying. I'm trying to think of the other stuff though. I had the black screen bug where I couldn't load anything. My screen was just black the whole time. Um, there was many times that I was trapped in the spawn or trapped in an area and I couldn't leave. Like all the areas around me were like covered in like either cones or uh, like the area would cut off and it would be like there would be like void out this way and I couldn't leave. So like I mean I've seen a lot of the jank, and then I was killed by fatal jank, which is unfortunate. But I mean fatal jank happens in multiplayer. It's one of the reasons why Emma quit playing Project Zomboid. I've told that story before, and Emma brought it up last night. Emma was like, "Oh, I know how that feels. Cause remember when I died in Zomboid?" I was like, "Yeah, I do remember that because I really wish that that didn't happen." Because if that didn't happen, things might have changed a little bit, and who knows? Maybe I would be playing more multiplayer because Emma would be playing. Yeah, dying to jank is kind of normal in multiplayer. Emma's was worse than mine though. Mine was a snapback desync issue. Emma's kind of was a snapback desync issue, but on my screen I didn't see well, I didn't see anything. So I didn't actually get to see what happened to Emma. I just know she was crushed. That's what happened. So what happened on Emma's screen is my vehicle teleported into her vehicle and I was in her passenger seat for a second, but our vehicles merged. It destroyed her vehicle and killed her character. And then but on my screen I was fine. My character, like I was driving behind her. Yeah, and that's the death that caused Emma to quit PZ. Um, but there Emma had lots of funny moments in PZ. Like the time when I went out looting, I come back and our entire fence line is gone. Like like we were living in this area over here. We were living in this house here. This is one of the reasons why this house has sort of special meaning to me. I come back to this area, and if you look at this area, there's fences all over this area. I come back to that area, and Emma's like, "Look, I got my carpentry XP up." All I see is Emma had built walls all the way around this house, as well as all of the fences were gone, like all of them. It was like they'd been voided from existence. I come back there, I'm like, "Whoa!" She's like, "I got my carpentry XP up." He was so happy. And there's few things that are more pleasing than like when you see someone that you care about or someone that you love and they're very they're peppy, they're over the moon, they're excited, and it's one of those feelings that you get that's really awesome. The advanced trajectory, yeah, that you can launch the car. I thought I refueled this car. I guess I didn't. I'm gonna go refuel it real quick. I know this car doesn't have a very large gas tank at the moment. Hello. But yeah, that's the thing, right? Multiplayer is its own beast, and I'm hoping that they upgrade it eventually. And I don't blame anyone for a death to jank. I never would. Like I blame myself a little bit actually, which I know that's gonna be like, why do you always blame yourself? But it's like, the thing is I blame myself because I could have made the decision not to go in that on that ATV. That's what happened. Is I chose to get on that ATV. I logged in and out trying to get onto that ATV when in reality I could have just walked. And had I have walked instead, I probably would have had lag issues. Alternatively, I could have just waited for most people to be off the server, and then I wouldn't have had any lag issues at all. So you see, at the end of the day, the death ended up being my fault. It's funny because I can always trace it back to myself in some way. I loaded up the game, therefore it's my fault. If I didn't get out of bed that morning and did not play the game, well, then I wouldn't have died. That's one of those things that I just can't ever be mad at the game. It's very, very seldom can I find like irritation in the game itself. It's like 9.9 times out of 10, it's my own fault, or the decisions I made up to that point led me to the point where I'm at. So it's like I can't ever be mad about it. Nor would I ever be mad at people on like a multiplayer server, nor would I be, it's fine. Hello. You can teach me to avoid responsibility? What do you mean? You mean like saying that it's not my fault? I can't though. That's the problem with me, is I can't. Good morning, and thank you for the wellness check. I do appreciate. It's one of those things that's sort of part of me, is that most of the time, even if I see something in multiplayer games, it comes from my competitive mindset. So one of the reasons why I got really good at playing games like Overwatch or any of the competitive games I've ever played is the mindset that I need to learn something, and it's my fault, regardless of how we lose, regardless of how we win. I need to find something to learn from that. So, even if we were having really good games and we were destroying and everything was great, I would still nitpick and be like, okay, well, here are the things where I could have improved. Here's where we could have got even more. And it's from that mindset and that same from playing like hardcore Minecraft and those kinds of things that led me to this, is like, okay, what can I do to improve? Well, I could have just made better decisions. Decision making is a big part of it, right? Here we are, back to the wall. I brought the meat cleavers because they're better axes than the stone axes in chopping down trees. Okay, let's chop down some trees. Hey, good morning, everybody. Hopefully you're having a good day. I'm having a really good day. Like, I mean, even though, like, I woke up this morning and I left my little heater on, and it was really way too hot. It's way too hot today. When I woke up, should not leave the little heater on, like cooking me while I slept. Thankfully, I don't ever sleep long. It doesn't really help though that even the no, it sounds horrible. Reminds me of Minecraft and standing in lava. I still have that Minecraft clip, by the way. The reason why I took it down off of the channel was because I was going to post it on YouTube. I've got... oh, wait, do I actually have that clip still? Ooh, I might not. Because I had a blue screen of death that killed my old... a lot of my old VODs. This is what I mean by like here. You seen that, right? Now let's compare it to this. Or well, actually, we should do this tree instead. It's so sad. There we go. Things are good though for the most part. I'm really happy to be back streaming and stuff. I didn't think we would be back streaming so soon. Doing a lot of expansions and we were going to be a lot busier, but we'll see how it goes. You can never really predict what businesses how things are going to be. You can kind of make estimates, but you can't really ever predict 100%. Use a dumbbell to break trees. You can make that into a video, yeah. Oh, you're talking about yeah, no. I don't talk about it too much because people don't often ask, but if people do ask, I will talk about it. I co-own a cleaning company, and said cleaning company sometimes requires me to go and do stuff. Like we were doing expansion, so that's as a result, I wasn't in town for like a week. That's why. And actually, it was supposed to be longer. We were supposed to be out of town longer, but we had some cancellations and some reschedulings. So due to those cancellations and reschedulings, most of the reschedulings to the end of the month, there's nothing you can do about that. As a result, I got to come back home early, and ta-da! Here we are. Yeah. It's good and it's bad. That's why I have the exclamation point schedule command. Like I have a bunch of commands that you guys can use to see different things. Like little tidbits so that I don't have to explain everything. Like for example um, and then there's the commands that kind of are like that. I do intend to have a schedule in the future. Like when I go and like I'm living with Emma and we're together and you know then I'm going to have a schedule then for streaming because streaming will become more of a not like a primary like it'll be what we do for the most part. Like we'll be able to stream and then like I'll be able to organize much more around it because a lot of my other stuff will become passive income, which will be kind of nice. It gives me a lot more freedom, and then I can start actually like planning out videos, doing uploading content properly, and expanding in that way as well, which will be kind of nice because I do want to do YouTube and stuff, but it's hard, because my main focus is going to be on the business for right now. I'm not married yet, but there's intentions there. I can't really say too much because if I were to and Emma were to wander in, that's not something that I want to I wouldn't want to give away because Emma does wander in to the stream sometimes. You guys actually would have been able to spot Emma at least once recently, because she came in and waved at me once, which floored me. It surprised me because Emma doesn't really come to the stream. Because I'm gonna tell her what happens during the stream anyways, so there's no real reason for Emma to come to the stream. I mean, supportive wise, it's one of those things that, I mean, it would be nice, but at the same time, I'm not expecting, because wants to do her own thing as well, and then we do spend a lot of time together, so it's one of those things that, like, I mean, have space, do your own thing for a bit. As a side note, it was mine and Emma's anniversary just shortly, like just a little while ago. I wasn't able to do anything super special for it, but we acknowledged it. Our anniversary is on November 7th, so it's kind of funny because that's one of her favorite dates. The reason it being is that Emma's a huge Mass Effect fan, and well, it's N7. So that's if you know Mass Effect, you'll know November 7th. Yeah. Well, thank you. I do appreciate. But yeah, we've been together 4 years, which is the one of the wow. Is it the longest running relationship I've ever had? I don't know. I've had some long relationships, but then I've also had like them turn out to be really good and really bad. It just depends. See, relationships are hard, and then I know that I'm not always the easiest person to get along with in that sense. I would consider myself medium, if not high maintenance, probably, which is I'm aware of it at the very least. Okay, so let's. There we go. Yeah, that's the truth. If it was too easy, then it wouldn't be worth doing. And then the thing is it's that sort of stuff has to be maintained. And a lot of the relationship stuff that I was with in the past, either was it was poorly maintained, right? Like, I mean, that's the issue, is that things drift apart sometimes if you don't spend enough time together. And long distance relationships are really really hard. It's easier to do long distance relationships now because of the information that like transfer and all the chat systems and stuff that exists. It's much easier to do now than it used to be. But in saying that, while it's also easier to do a long distance relationship, those kinds of relationships are really tough. That's why I don't want to do it for too long, and why I'm planning to move. So eventually I move. We'll have everything set up initially, and then everything will go smooth. I hope. I'm hoping, because the way that it works right now is I've been visiting, so like I go visit Emma in Sweden, and then that's nice, but it's not permanent. And last time I visited and then had to go, Emma was okay up until she got home, and then when she got home, she cried because she didn't want me to be gone, which is unfortunate. It's heartbreaking. Maple, like syrup or the tree? Maple syrup is fairly good. I when I was much younger, I used to put maple syrup in milk to sweeten it, similar to the way that people would do chocolate milk, kind of like you do the Nesquik or the chocolate powder or whatever. I used to put maple in milk and stir it in there and use that as kind of like. But Um, that said, I maple's good in porridge, or oatmeal. I can't eat pancakes, so it's like waffles, I guess. I want to keep going with the wall, but I can't because I got to go back to sleep because maintaining character. I got to put these in the car as well. Maple trees, though, are really lovely. I like the way that their leaves are in general, like the big leaves. They kind of remind me of The Land Before Time, if anybody remembers that movie, and the tree stars. I do want to do more multiplayer stuff in the near future. I've been actually poking around a little bit with certain individuals to possibly do collab stuff, which would be kind of neat. We'll see if that works out, though. Hopefully, fingers crossed. Even if we play PZ, that would be fine. That is a solid joke, by the way. I wonder if that means that there's a Tricera middle as well. And it's like a transformer. When you combine all three parts, it's like Exodia. Dinosaur Transformers. Right, I'm back to eat food. Feed me. I eat that. Yes. One in-game hour of this. Wait, what? Oh, wait. Okay, I see. Oh dear, my hair did that thing again where it becomes longer. It looks so weird, doesn't it? I could walk around like this for a little while. And it just doesn't look like me, does it? Looks like I'm playing a different character completely. It's messing me up a little bit. My hair is so weird. Why is it like this? It is a big change, isn't it? It's like it is messing me up actually. I'm like I can't play like this. I just can't. Pull the hair back. There we go. Just so weird. It's one of those things that it's like, I mean, it took me a while to get used to the pink hair after it was blue for a long time, and it's so weird. Because you'd figure it's like, and then but then it was just natural for my hair to be pink after that. So it's like, I don't know, it's just weird. The ways that things change, right? Okay, so I've got a little bit of fish left, but we are gonna need to go fishing some more because I need to level fishing to 6 in order to be content with fishing. After that, I don't care to level fishing anymore. I mean, I'll read the book for fishing 4, but we'll probably stop fishing and we'll start trapping instead, just because of our location. Yeah, that's the truth. In Project Zomboid, they're actually going to be changing it as well. There's going to be a mini game similar to Stardew Valley. Be expectating or expectating, be expecting that you're going to have to actually do work for your fish now, like in the future. It's not going to be for everybody. Not everybody's going to like that, but I mean, it is what it is. You're going to have to deal with it. Everybody hates that mini game, but I don't. I think it's fine. When I was playing that mini game, the most obnoxious thing was doing the legendary fish. Because I caught 3 of the legendary. I didn't catch all of the legendary fish. I actually haven't 100%ed that game. I need to some point in the future. I just haven't. Um, but in saying that, it's like, you know, yeah, it's not too bad. It's not a bad game in terms of that. I need to switch my focus to veg or crops. Ooh, I'm gonna do crops and hope that we get some cabbages and some. If we can get cabbages and potatoes, that's it. Those are the 2 that I prefer. If we can get radishes as well, that would be lovely. But I don't expect to get radishes. Um, so I'm gonna go up this way. We're gonna do foraging till about 7, and then we'll head back because chipstone, no, smash bottle. But yeah, I don't mind. You can change the fish bite noise, Vanishing Tower, if you've never done that before. It's kind of cool. The different fish sounds that exist are neat. There was like 3 or 4 of them that you could have that are different. A lot of folks don't know that you can do that. So that because there's some that are because sound is a big thing for a lot of folks. Like it's one of those things that will well big for design, right? It's one of the best parts of Project Zomboid is the sound design. I would love footage of the sound booth. Anybody else wish that there was? Oh, sorry, they're Vanishing Tower. The does anybody else want that? I'm sure that some folks do. I would love footage of the sound booth. Start you. How much do you think that would? I'm sure they must have recorded it. They had to have. There's got to be footage somewhere of the folks just goofing around at the sound booth. I would love that behind the scenes content. Absolutely adore that. Yeah, it's fun when the fish are. It's like a war of attrition. But the issue with having too much on that is that, for example, if you have to interrupt yourself, if they do too much of an animation, if you have to interrupt yourself in order to because what if a zombie attacks right while you're fishing and you're doing the minigame and you've got the animations active, well, what happens then? You see, that's where things can kind of fall apart a bit. In saying that, though, I am for the new fishing. I am excited for it. It's I'm hoping though that it'll open the door for bigger fish, like maybe even like Stardew Valley, where you get like the 200 meat pike. You know, that'd be cool. Or like the alternative, which would be I think that if you wanted my honest opinion, I think hunting is gonna become new meta. That is what I think is gonna happen. Is we're gonna be doing hunting. Delicious, delicious alternatives. And a couple more chipstone. Oh, we have more axes to bring back with us. Okay, I gotta bring those with me. Nice. I can't wait. What kind of meal do we need to go? We need a salad. Thistles, mushroom, broccoli. Egg. Here we go. This can go in the bag. These 6 batteries that I'm carrying around with me can go mostly in here. Let's see. I don't need this many knives either, so we can put them away. That's actually probably my Oh yeah. I am looking forward to hunting too. That's gonna be so fun. It's gonna be like a battle. Oh, that'll be the cool part, is you'll be able to actually see the little rodents and stuff running around. And I genuinely believe that I'd like, so it's not it's not 100%, but I'd hope that they're gonna add in cats and dogs. Could you imagine Project Zomboid Pet Expansion? Like they add in all the animals, and then they also add in cats and dogs, because they've been hinting at dogs for the longest time. So like, because you can find all the dog stuff, you can find the dog dish, you can find the dog food, you can find like a bunch of dog stuff. So I would really like them to release dogs as hunting companions, and I absolutely would love them to release base cat NPCs that you can have as like roaming around the base, and they're cat toys, yeah. And the cats, what they would do is they would protect your food supplies from the rodents. So like if you had mice or rats nearby. Well, I know that this is a lot to code. Believe you me, I'm not talking like in terms of that the sheer amount that you would have to code is a little bit ridiculous. Because like I mean, it would have to be like radius of the feline protects a certain area, and I could see the code being a pain in the ass. But just from a gameplay perspective, it would be wonderful. It's like your cat protects your food, and maybe it even bring if you have cat like if you applied a bonding mechanic to the animals, like they do better in whatever they're supposed to do. So like for the cat, it would bring you rodents as a present, like cats do in real life with birds and rodents. And same for dogs. The dogs would just be better and more efficient at catching game, like the like old hunting hounds and stuff of old. So it'd be interesting. Chances are, though, that a large portion of us would have the duck hunt dog with us. You know, the duck hunt dog, the one that like laughs at you as you miss. That wonderful puppy. uh, that dog gives like one of my cousins PTSD because they can't handle it. It's like it used to laugh at them so much. It's just like it's hilarious. Think back to it because we would all play duck hunt sometimes. It was really fun, and I wasn't very good at duck hunt. I was like okay, but yeah, it all depends, right? And that's the whole dynamic is that to have both cats and dogs would be wonderful because it's one of those things that either a person. Uh, there are people that are cat people and there are people that are dog people, and that's just how it works. I'd also like them to allow you to put frogs and fish in aquariums and be able to keep frogs and fish. And then if you could do frogs and fish, I would love them to add newts and stuff like that in as well, because I'm sure Kentucky has geckos and newts. I would assume. Or snakes. Snakes would be cool. And all of these different things, like, or keep a rabbit, and then it would implement like think about it like this, in similar way of keeping the farm animals to and in good quality to fatten them up so that they could give you a better yield. You could do the same. Imagine if you could do the same thing to rabbits. You increase their weight a little bit to get you more calories. It would incentivize taking care of the animals because you would want to increase their yield overall, right? Similar to the way in Stardew where you take care of the animals so that they'll give you the better like gold producing resources. It'd be cool if they added in snakes though, and then poisonous snakes. And if they added in that, then you gotta know that they're gonna add in things like poisonous spiders and anti venoms and stuff like that. That's gonna be kind of cool. A whole system, and then they would have to expand the poison system so it wouldn't just be queasy anymore. There would be corpse sickness, there would be disease sickness, food sickness. Like they would have like they would have to split them, and they've already said that they want to add in like that gas masks actually protect you from the Nox virus a little bit. So and that the regular masks also protect you. So if they do that, then they have to separate food and corpse sickness. Like they those sicknesses need to be separated. At least I think that they do. Like maybe because right now it doesn't really make sense that they're the same. From a code perspective, it makes sense, but from a gameplay perspective, the fact that I can take lemongrass to cure corpse sickness, it doesn't really make sense because my character should contract the Nox virus. But I guess not really though, because your character's immune to the airborne strain. That's the one sort of crux about Zomboid. That's why the mod that what is it? You're not immune mod is really. Are there two in this spot? Oh, there was one hidden behind here. Oh, there's like a log there. Holy cow. Okay. This is why I build the walls gradually and don't try to extend it too far without bringing the rest spot with me. Because it gets kind of hard to figure out where things are. Yeah, but where everything tries to kill you. That's one of the reasons why I really like Dinkum as a farming game. So there's an Animal Crossing slash Stardew sort of game that exists called Dinkum. It's really cute. But there's like crocodiles and like angry birds and stuff that are trying to kill you at all times. It's really good game. Okay, let's see. So get another section of wall done. We've got another 3 axes to get a little bit more done. Dinkum's on sale? Yeah, if you like a farm game that's like Animal Crossing, pick Dinkum up if it's on sale. It's if you like Stardew and Animal Crossing, you'll like Dinkum. What? Did I just hit this? Oops. Okay, I need to stop hitting that. Genuinely a good game. I do really like it. No, they're not paying me to say that. I like that game. It's a game that I'll play casually with Emma sometimes. And the cool part is if you earn money in your own game, like in a single player, um, once you unlock the bank later on, and place the bank in your town, you can save money and you can like go to other like towns with that money. You can also store items in the tent and or in the main town hall and bring those to other towns as well. It's needs a little bit more polish in a sense because it's like after you've bought all of the but it's getting more love over time. It's been a work in progress for a little while. And they've got a cool roadmap. Definitely really cute in terms of its farm like ishness. The reason why I don't play it as much anymore is because we've been playing other games and I've been really there's a new Yakuza game that just came out that I've been watching Emma play and it is really good. I cannot wait. I'm not going to spoil it for anybody, but it is good. If you really like the Yakuza series, then I recommend it. And if you don't know what the Yakuza series is, it is it's essentially like a beat 'em up game that is like no other beat 'em up game because it has like a million mini games and it's crazy. It's and its story is so good. Like it really makes you feel for the characters that are involved in it, their trials and everything. That just it's such a good game series. Like and the thing is there's a lot of times where I just think I'm gonna hate some characters and it 180s my belief on those characters. Like it's like suddenly that character is one of my favorite characters that exists in the series. It's just so good. If a movie or a show can present you a character and you genuinely hate that character to start and then they can manage to 180 you on it and that character becomes like a really good one, it's really solid writing to be able to sort of get those feelings. Plus, there's more than one time the Yakuza series has gotten me to cry, which is it's a good series. I'm not saying that me crying though is like a milestone or anything. It's just in my mind, the type of person that I am, I don't see much point in crying. That's if you got something in your eye, but the if something can draw that much of an emotional response, it's usually really good. It's like music. Some music can just make you just tear up just by hearing it. Okay, I think that's good on that. So I'm gonna put you here for a moment. Okay, I want to chop down these trees just because they're on this side and kind of in the way. I want to grab this bag. We are kind of getting low on ripped sheets, which means that I got to bring more ripped sheets out here. The reason why I'm keeping a handful of spears over here is in the event that I get pushed out and all my weapons break, by the way. Which is not likely, but it could happen. So I just like having some backup weapons in case. It's just why there's two chairs is because I'm just gonna leave one chair sitting wherever it is. That is a good call, Cinnamon One. Hopefully you're doing good. I've been seeing you wandering around, having fun in the Zomboid community. Okay, let's see. You missed me? Oh, that's very kind. I'm really happy to be back. For now. Now that could always change because, well, here, I'll do this because just so in case people don't know, that can always change. But you know, I try to keep everyone updated as best I can. So if things do change, then you know, I try to be like, oh, well, here's what's happening. And if I can't do at least 5 hours, is usually when I'll decide, okay, do I have time to stream today? Okay, well, if I don't have at least 5 hours of free time, then no. I know that's weird, but in my book, a short stream is 5 hours. That's a short stream in my head. And then from there, a 7 hour stream is a standard stream. So 7 to 10 hours is standard. And it's at that point that you're starting to get into a long stream. If you're going longer than 10 hours, it's mostly because that's the double digits. It's you're going for a long stream if you've made it to that point. I think that's a fair assessment. Okay, so we've got quite a lot of trees in this area to take down. I'm gonna eat my salad and think about my approach. Because we're almost at this next junction here, which is kind of nice. I should run the full distance just to give an idea of how far the wall has to go. That way it's also revealed on the map, though. So the amount that I want to do in this particular stream is I want to bring the wall to... Second, get rid of you. Okay. I want to bring the wall to that real quick just to make sure that we're. Make X marks the spot. No, I'm not using the zombies because those despawn, but I think I might take one of their shirts and use that. In this stream, I want to take the wall to this point here. So that's as far as I want the wall to go in this stream. The reason why is because that's about a cell, and I want to try and I want us to be finished this project sooner than later. So because we've been doing this project for a couple months now, and I'd like it to be done. So I'm going to be hyper focusing on trying to get this done, so that we can then move on. Thanks are indeed. I lose. But yeah, you see this. It looks like it's farther than it is. A lot of this will help out. We can actually rip these. Hmm? Okay. So I'll be able to chop down some of this and then these, and that'll get me further along, hopefully. That seems kind of interesting. Interesting. Oh yeah, I added a bunch of new songs to the playlist. We extended the playlist by another hour. I'm trying to add at least 10 or so songs, new songs that I like during the to make the playlist longer and longer. I want it to be lengthy. Cinnamon when secretly runs a motel and is like making sure that the Yeah. Could you imagine? I mean, gotta make sure your clients are good. But I think Cinnamon mentioned that before. I do remember that. There we go. Oops. Waits Motel. Yeah. Some sort of fondness for their mother. I just was mentioned as well. I think. Okay, we've done that. I'd like to do these two as well, but my character's getting tired, and if a zombie shows up, I don't want to have to deal with that. We are making progress though, and like I said, my goal right now for this stream is to at least get that one bar there. So I want to be at least it's to here, I think, right? That's so then we'll at least be a sizable chunk. We'll actually be almost back to where we were, because last time when in our last playthrough we got to about here, because I was chopping down this section. The reason being is that I wanted to actually access the like through this road. Although this is a longer trek than the short distance from the vehicle. The reason why this trek is better is because it doesn't go through these cells. So I don't have to keep an eye on these two cells anymore, and I just have to pay attention to these cells. Does that make sense? Because my character would walk up here, and these cells would not be active. So this part of the wall would remain intact. At least until I drive through, which will happen eventually. And when we do that, I want us to. This axe is about to break. It's going to be kind of quick though. That's the whole point. Is that I want to make sure that the wall is sealed and good. Once the wall is officially marked as sealed, then we'll start killing West Point, like clearing West Point. I will go in and wipe out the West Point population. And then from there, I will consider this playthrough one, to which then I will just continue doing other things. Like, maybe we'll go to Louisville and we'll do Louisville too. Because Louisville would be easy to do. All I have to do is wall the one side of it and fix that hole in the fence. And then we could do Louisville. From there, we would be moving on to... I mean, I could do Muldraw. Muldraw would also be kind of... It'd be easier than West Point, but harder than would it be harder than Louisville? I don't actually know. I haven't actually looked at that. My plan is to make West Point into a base, yeah. Nails are not a big issue, because a lot of this is log walls, which is rip cheats and logs. I mean, I can use door frames for a lot of it as well, and door frames are actually better to use because the zombies can't do anything to door frames. That's why the internal structure, when we actually do the internal structure of the West Point base, I'm going to be utilizing door frames. And it's going to look a little weird, and people are going to wonder why, but it's going to be because what my plan is going to be to prevent, even if the zombies punch a hole in the outside wall, the internal section of our base, the zombies won't be able to spawn there, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a section made with door frames. So the way that the cells work in West Point is West Point generally is like a 2 to 3 cell wide town on as it's going across. So like this, like here's how big a cell is right here, right? So if you imagine this on West Point, this square here, it's like 3 down, and then it's a several cells across. So what I plan to do is for this section right here, I want to do a door frame wall, like all the way around this, so that even if zombies do respawn in this outside area, it's not going to matter because this inside area will be safe. Yeah, and at the end of the day, it'll only be 10% of the West Point population every 3 days, which in that particular section, if they do manage to punch a hole in the wall, it'll be about 1,000 zombies a day or every 3 days, which is doable. I can kill over 1,000 zombies in 3 days. That's not too hard. Especially when your character starts to get into like end game sort of capability. Can we just I want to admire this for a second. Like look at these fish. They're enormous. Gigantic fish. Yeah, so there's actually a lot of things that you can use to interrupt the AI director. There's actually a video that somebody did on it, but you can use a lot of things like TVs, the playground from like the plastic playground thing counts. The walls, so like these walls here in Windows count. Door frames, log walls. There's lots of things. Um, that means that zombies actually cannot spawn on interiors of buildings. Now, I don't know if that's the same if the building burns down. I think when buildings burn down, it's a little bit different because they're sort of classified differently. Like they get to keep their internal stuff for the most part. Even if you sledge the entire building away, it still keeps its internal at least at the moment. Not subject to change in build 42, but we'll see. Yeah, log walls are the easiest way. At least if you're planning to not be near them, which I'm not planning to be anywhere near this area when we do go officially to move into West Point. When we go to West Point, I'm going to come back to this area to sleep and stuff, but we are going to be basically going ham in West Point until we have a foothold, which will happen really quick because usually, well, I mean, if folks have been watching the earlier playthroughs of the CDDA, I can take over West Point really aggressively. I've moved into West Point and just fought the town before. It's a bit of a pain though. Do you remember this animation from Lamprey stream? Click, 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 click. Isn't it great? Mine wasn't nearly as long as Lamprey's though, because he takes a lot more ammo like than I've got, and he was doing like I think 10 things. All right, let's do the fish up. Yeah, look at these fish. They're enormous, huh? I actually physically had to move in order to grab that other fish. That's how big they were. I can't fit them in the oven. Those two fillets are they weigh 6 each. For point of reference, these two weigh nearly a quarter of this fridge, like the weight of the fridge. Yeah, it was really fun watching Lamprey do the reloading stream. I thought it was hype as hell. I'm a little strange though. Um, so let's see. We might get to a stage where we get to do a reloading stream. Maybe. I was close to being able to do a reloading stream before. We were not quite there, but we were close. The closest I've ever come to that is having a character that had pretty much everything maxed, but I had goals still. Like I was trying at that moment in time, I was trying to kill the population of Louisville. So far, I've died twice in Louisville. I need to rectify that. Me and Louisville, we need to have words. Is that the Gigamart base? Well, sort of. So in that playthrough, I had a few bases. In that one specifically, I was living in the motel. Again, because I very frequently, when I'm assaulting Louisville, I was living in the burnt down town, but I was also living in a house that was south of the burnt down town. As well as we did have the Gigamart base and we had the racetrack base. I like those bases. It's cool when you make like you have like a lengthy sort of story to go like back and remember, and it's really nice. Like long strange trip it's been, you know. Okay, so let's see. The carrots on everything. I think that's one of the best parts of Zomboid is that there's a lot of really good things in Zomboid that you can do, but then it's like it's the whole story element. You can kind of make your character's story and just kind of go and enjoy. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it is a cozy survival game. Once you get past the initial learning curve, it becomes kind of just a relaxing kind of Zen garden, essentially, is what I feel. There we go. Facts. Okay, I need to go to the fishing spot today so we can fish. I also need to check on the crops real quick, so we'll go do that first. You're good, yeah? Ah, one of the crops died. That's annoying. Furrows. You're having trouble growing carrots and potatoes? You've noticed that I don't really take care of my crops at all, right? I just kind of let them go on their own. And if they die, they die. It's quantitative cinnamon win. You don't yes, you can kind of cultivate them a little bit, and if you want to take extra care in them, I can guarantee. I had it at 9,001 for a while, by the way, Otto. But if you want to guarantee that they work, like, or that they grow really well, space them like this. This is the most optimal way to space your crops, as well as you can apply a little bit of compost or fertilizer to them. A little bit. Don't do too much because it'll kill the crop. But there's that. Also, make sure to plant them during the rain, and then that's it. Like, I mean, you don't need to actually water them yourself. If you just water them or let the rain water them, then that's it. You've won at that point. They should grow all on their own. You don't need to touch them. And then go do other things. Maintain your hunger with other stuff until they're ready. Yeah, exactly. Because they will be ready eventually. It just takes time. My Prodigy, hopefully you're good. I'm having a good day. Today's decent. I am getting ready to go fishing real quick, and then we'll be able to bring back a nice bounty of fish with us. No, I'm really bad at driving with trailers. I'm not doing it. I was thinking I could bring the trailer and then we could just put the fish in the trailer. No, you can't. You think you can, but you can't. Know your limit, stay within it. I can't drive with the trailer. I suck that hard at driving. But you need to learn. No, you don't understand. I will somehow die. That's how this works. Know your limit, stay within it. I'll do it to transfer like the loot later, but right now I know my limits, and that's one of them is to not have a trailer. Even getting it to that point was, and I was driving on roads. There's a reason why I had an Uber driver in GTA Online, despite having like thousands of hours in that game. I'm not a very good driver. I am an infantry unit. Even on horses, I'm kind of shit. As I played Red Dead with Emma. Alternatively, Azio, I can have other people drive me around. You see? That also works. And then I could take Sunday Driver for 1 extra point. Doesn't work so well when you're playing single player, though. Straight south. I should also never be like not using a map because I suck at that hard at finding my way. Yeah, see those Teslas, I would very much like to have one of those. The auto drive stuff. In 1993, could you imagine? The 1993 Tesla. They did have electric cars back in I don't know if it was 1993, but has anybody else seen that documentary about the electric cars and that Big Oil kind of didn't like the electric cars, and that's the reason why the technology kind of got crushed and it set us back a while. It's sad when that's kind of why our technology is not as good. When people are greedy and stupid. We need to clean this area up. They would disappear. Yeah. Usually, I would like to believe that the big oil just paid them off and told them, don't think about this anymore. We'll give you a few $1,000,000, just shut up. I'd like to believe that instead of the alternatives. We'll give you a few $1,000,000, just stop. Don't think about this stuff anymore. Eventually, though, you got to think that there's somebody that they can't buy, right? Eventually, you get that one person that they can't buy, and unfortunately, it's. I figure that that's the reason why a lot of cures are slow as well, which is unfortunate. Because let's be honest, cancer should be more manageable, and I think that they're finally coming to terms with something that can cure cancer. That's what I was reading recently. You can't tell me that there's some folks that are not absolutely brilliant and could not figure that stuff out. Because that's not how that works. There are people that are absolutely smarter than that. Okay, I was stupid though, and I took the. Okay, so these ones we'll put in you. No, it probably won't. But that's the thing with those kinds of stuff. It's because it's mutation, right? But they're starting to get what was that? What was it that I was reading? I was reading that they've got something that can attack and replace the mutated cells, which is really yeah, exactly. And mutations mutate exactly. It's interesting though the stuff that I was reading though, because it's like there was a couple diseases that they were using for a little while to combat cancer. Like there was diseases that were eating cancer cells because they and all you had to do is kind of keep a word like a less aggressive disease down instead of the cancer. It's really interesting. Yeah, I agree. 100%. One of my friends that they had an emote for that. We'll eat in the morning when we wake up. 29 with 3 children. It's terrible. No amount of condolences could express the what I would want to say, but you know, because that's something that it's not. It's, you know, those kinds of things. It's impossible to. Losing anyone is not easy. See, that's good. Okay, so I'm gonna make 7 salads with these ingredients. Um, there we go. But on a lighter note, we're doing really well like in Zomboid. This is as opposed to you know, to kind of just leveled up farming. I'm actually almost level 5 reloading, which is pain. Only level 5. You know how many bullets I've put into a gun so far? Not as many as some people, but it's still a lot. Um, level 5 reloading. Reloading actually gets a debuff after level 5. Same with aiming. So if you didn't take a bonus in them, you're basically like shooting yourself in the foot. Pun intended. Carrot. So if we do 3 carrots in each of these salads. Yeah, once you get past level 5, aiming actually gets a 1. What do we mean, a debuff? So if you don't know, aiming actually gets a huge debuff after level 5. So you, in terms of XP and gaining your levels, it's actually close to like 25%, like in terms of total XP gains. So for example, that's why everybody only uses shotguns to level aiming, is because you go from having standard XP to suddenly 25% of what you were making before. It's brutal. It's really, really brutal. One of the more brutal XP losses in the out of all of the things. If you want sort of a painful experience, do reloading without a modifier to level 10, and you'll understand exactly what I mean. It's a 20-hour straight process of keep maintaining your character and reloading, and that's actually just to get to level 9. It's not to get to yeah, if you usually start police officer, then you won't notice it. It won't be as bad for you, because police officer gets both a reloading debuff, or a reloading um, and a aiming. They get both. It's best of both worlds for police officer. It's why police officer is actually generally the best for long term games. Um, these are absolutely the worst. How many salads do I still have in my inventory? If I eat these, I should be able to. There we go. But yeah, it's certain things in this game are really hard to level overall. Um, The hardest things to level, I guess, technically the passive skills, but not really. I don't find the passive skills hard to level. I even without exercise, I can do it kind of It's passive. I just hit zombies and they die, and I get passive skill XP over time. So this you just need to survive a couple years in game in order to get this. These ones here are all passive. Light-footed and sneaking are actually probably some of the easiest skills to level. Nimble is probably one of the longest skills to level without a modifier, but most of the time people will take a modifier. Nimble would be painful without a modifier, though. It takes a very long time. Um, Weapon skill and maintenance are easy to get. All of these are easy to get. I guess kind of the hardest one out of this one would be electrical because of all the watches you need to take apart. And if you don't have the books, because you took illiterate or something, you would need over 100k watches. It's brutal. It's like absolutely brutal. Aiming is really tough after level 5. And then these ones are not hard at all. You can level these ones up easily. Some folks don't like trapping, though, so trapping becomes pain for those particular individuals. I like trapping, though, so it's one of those. I don't mind setting my traps and then going back and checking on them. Doesn't bother me. I like most of the stuff in this game, which is one of the reasons why I'm able to just keep playing it forever. Or so seemingly forever. But I used to like this kind of stuff in Minecraft as well. The tedious level grinds and certain things, getting from the next stage to the next stage, and it was always fun, and I really enjoyed it. So let's harvest these. These are just a treat. What? I need to relog because these are visually bugged. It bothers me. These are the treat. Yeah. Yeah, the perfect. I need to go grab farming level 3. Do I need to read any other books? Farming 3, cooking 5 soon, not now. Carpentry 5. That's it though, right? Yeah. Sit outside. Absorb the knowledge. I don't find any of the skills in this game particularly hard to level. I guess like the hardest ones would be the aiming skills and then also nimble. But nimble you're going to level basically passively anyways cuz you need to fight in order to survive. That is this game in a nutshell is loot survival Sims. Like that's what this is. Loot and survive Sims. And so long as you're enjoying that, you'll enjoy the game. Grindy, spicy Sims. Project Sims Apocalypse expansion. I have seen those map mods, and I definitely will pick them up at some point, and we'll clear them. Because I do want to, like, it's on my list to do the modded maps. Because there's a handful of folks that do the modded maps on Time 16, like Unknown Host and a few of the other folks, like Wickhammer and, you know. So it'll be fun to do those modded maps and see those different things. Specifically, the biggest one that I'm most excited for is Monmouth County. That is the biggest one I'm excited for because I know Big Zombie Monkey and he's awesome. And I know Dylan too, and I'm kind of excited to do the harder ones like Pit Stop. Those ones seem kind of cool. I'm excited to try them. I know it's going to be a little bit daunting though to do them because they're well, you know. And thank you very much for the follow. Do appreciate. Okay, I need to relog the game. The reason being is my character is seeing visual bugs. Yeah, Pit Stop is supposed to be really really tough. Monmouth County is also fairly difficult. From what I've seen, because I got to see quite a bit of it. Um, oops. I didn't get to see like all of the shops and stuff, so I don't know like the town's layout per se. But I just know that there's a lot of zombies, which is kind of fun. Okay, let's go see if that visual bug sorted itself out. No, it didn't. This is gonna bug me, so those strawberries were not actually seeding, so they should not be like that. The strawberries are just bonus anyways. They're not. I don't really need them. I just I like them because they're like my character gets a treat for and they sort out depression without having to take antidepressants. They're so they do have their benefits, but mostly they're just a treat for my character. It's weird because I would say that I treat my character fairly good most of the time, which is strangely not common in Zomboid. I don't understand why people are. I guess it's not common in The Sims either to treat your Sims very good. But in my book, whenever I played The Sims, my Sim was like the happiest Sim ever. Constantly fed, constantly. Because I'd like to keep all of the things in the green. It's just the way that I was playing the game, right? Yeah, see, a lot of people make their Sims suffer, and I don't understand that. And they collect the moodles. Yeah, see, I don't get that game style. Like in my head, that doesn't work because like all of the moodles apply ever so slight debuffs in one way or another, and or that they're not death like completely the worst. Like most of them don't do anything. But at the same time, it's one of those things, right? Like most of the time, they don't really do much. Like unhappiness, it doesn't do anything. All it does is slow you down in terms of action speed a little bit, which I guess in theory could then indirectly affect combat, right? If you really wanted to break it down. But at the end of the day, if you're not going to switch weapons and you're not going to switch anything out, and then unhappiness doesn't do anything. Same as boredom. Boredom doesn't do anything because all it does is give you unhappiness. A cold doesn't do anything because all it does is lower your stamina ever so slightly and then makes you sneeze a bunch. Like, I mean, so they don't really do anything. It's just, and you can manage them. See, and I feel depression in combat because I do switch weapons a lot. But it's in saying that, like, I mean, you could run a swath of Moodles and it be fine. It's just, I don't know. It's different. People play the game differently, and it's cool to see, right? I like that. That there is a dynamic in that sense that you don't have to. You could be a Moodle collector. You could collect all of the Moodles except for the zombie one and still be good. Well, I guess you don't want to be running around with the 3 blood dots combined with the really red broken bone. But because some Moodles they cause problems if they're collected. Speed up time. I'm tempted to just let this bar go out naturally because you said to speed up time. You're not wrong though. I should. So I'm not gonna be petty. I will speed up time. Just for that? No, it's one of those things, I thought it, but I'm not obviously gonna do it. It's one of those things where you think it. Oh, you think you're gonna repress me, huh? Help, help, I've been repressed. Axed as it is. I'm gonna finish my books first, though. Books are my priority. And then I'll go kill some zombies for you. Because I'm gonna try and upkeep my minimum of a few thousand zombies a stream. I don't. My character's not maxed, so I'm not expecting my character to be able to take out like 5 to 6K a stream. If my character is maxed though, like I mean, you can get like a large chunk of zombies per stream. It's just not quite there yet. We're still leveling. Time of chaos. Spreading chaos my way, huh? Hopefully you're having a good day. Good choice to enter on this song, huh? Here we go. If you guys aren't following Time of Chaos, though, definitely give the Master Waffler a follow. Plays a lot of the same games that I do, actually. So, like whether it's this or I play Guild Wars 2 and a bunch of other games on my off time. So, like, I mean, yes, the Master Waffler, indeed. I'm going to finish this book as much as we are starving to death and drowsy. I'm finishing this book. You know when you got that good book that you just can't put down? Yeah, that's what happened. We needed to finish that. You're tired, but you desperately need to know where that particular storyline is going. I needed to know the end of the carpentry storyline. Well, close. It was carpentry 5. It was farming 3. We should eat something before sleeping. Yes. Learn how to nail a board to a wall ever so slightly better. Let's eat. I have choices. Let's eat a roast. Put you away, and off we go. And then it ends, and you don't know what to do with your. Oh, so no. When it ends, you reach for the next book. That's what happens. You reach for the next book and get ready for your next adventure. That is what happens. Because that's what the previous book would want, right? The previous book wouldn't want you to just close it and be like, okay, that's it. No, the previous book would want you to move on to the next book and enjoy. Yes, that's how it goes. But hopefully Morgan is still doing good. Morgan's still good, right? I'm hoping. I'm figuring you probably have got to go eat, sleep, etc. So, feel free. But, yes. Morgan was in dire straits when I seen him last. He was having some issues. What if the previous book is like... it ends on such a cliffhanger? Yeah. Okay, good. Morgan's still good. You never know with Zomboid. It's one of those times where, you know, it could be it could be now, it could come in an instant, or you could live 10 years. Day 71. And you touched Louisville. I am proud of you. First trip to Louisville, and he touches the military checkpoint. So good. Us. You're gonna have to make plans soon. Plans to have fun and extend like the lengthy life that Morgan already has. Us. It must feel good. When you see your first big point of interest, oh, it's great. I'm not gonna spoil any of it for you because I've been to Louisville and it's fun. There's some places though that I haven't been that are more common. I'm planning to go to some of those places in this playthrough, hopefully. Right now, though, I have to build a wall. That is priority. To see the mall? Oh, geez. If you mean the Crossroads Mall, that's gonna be a thing. It's so Trump of me. Yeah, everybody makes that joke, and I've made that joke a ton too. I'm building a wall, and the zombies are gonna pay for it. They've already been paying for it, actually, in their ripped sheets and the axes that they provide me. Oh no, you're definitely not aiming too high, in my opinion. The reason why I'm is just be careful. Crossroads Mall is scary. I should know because I was the third person on Twitch to clear Time 16 Crossroads Mall, and it is very brutal. And I know that your game is ramping up to Time 16. You're gonna want to get there before it gets to Time 16. But like I said, be careful. It is scary. It's the one that's south, and like by itself. And it seems like, oh, well, it's off by itself. Well, that means that it's probably not too bad. No, that's false. It is like the worst. It has one of the biggest zombie cells in the game. It is so scary. It took me 11 days to clear them all. 11 days in reality. And I do generally stream, you know, between 5 and, like, what was it? 5 and, I think it was 15 hours back then, like, when I did that. Like, it's spicy on Time 16. Oops. I need the stone axe. Oop. Okay. But yeah, I don't know if it was based on the Dawn of the Dead one. It might have been. I could see them basing some of that stuff on, like, those kinds of things. There's a couple bars that I remember that kind of resemble, like, the, you know, the styles of bars you would expect in zombie movies. And that's one of the reasons why they are, like, the coolest places to hold up and get that whole aesthetic. Love Twiggies. Yeah, there's an enormous parking lot and it's scary. I'm not gonna spoil any of it though, because you get to enjoy and endure it. You can just know by the way that I'm talking about it that it is scary. The amount of zombies that I've seen, oh my gosh. So many. But you've seen a lot of zombies too. You were driving through Valley Station. Valley Station can be very spicy too. Those in the back seat. How many axes do I have? Yeah, we have enough. Enough axes. Go. Absolutely. Enjoy your food, enjoy your rest, and enjoy possibly. I figure you probably listen to music and enjoy a good read after as well. Enjoy that as well. I'm gonna make the vertical zombies horizontal zombies, hopefully. Fingers crossed. Didn't need to pull that much. Need to remove my shirt. Oh, that reminds me, I actually need to up the, a second. Don't think I did this. There we go. Perfect. Okay. I was just upping the priority of Project Zomboid. Just in case that is what is helping protect me from my graphics card. My graphics card has been mean to me lately, and it killed one of my characters. So I'm doing the best I can to protect myself from said graphics card related deaths. Because I want to mess up. That's what I want. If I'm gonna die, let me mess up, please. Because I don't mind learning from like a misstep or a misclick or something like that. It's when I die to something that's not in my control fully that it's like, okay, well, what am I supposed to learn from that? Make better choices, like in terms of, you know, where I'm standing when jank happens. Like, even in the multiplayer server when I died there, I could have avoided that death by not getting on the ATV. That right there, lesson learned. If I'm gonna ride on like in multiplayer, I'm going to be driving my own vehicles. See, lesson learned. That I can learn from, as opposed to, you know, yeah, it keeps trying to minimize your game. See, I was having the same problem. I looked for many ways to fix it. One of them was to change the priority setting of Zomboid to higher. So when you launch Zomboid, go into your task manager, go to details, and raise Zomboid's affinity to high. Don't put it on real time, because if you put it on real time, Zomboid's priority might be higher priority than your keyboard and mouse inputs. So do be careful of that. You don't want that. So having it on high is good enough. Also, something else that helped me fix it was specific to my monitors. And my graphics card specifically. So, but mine is an NVIDIA card, so I needed to change the way that the display capture works, because it was trying to swap to other things that were being notified at the time. So, like for example, I got a notification on Discord, and even though my Discord is set to streamer mode, do not disturb, and all of those things. My graphics card was like, oh, by the way, Discord's got a notification. Have a look, and it would swap my priority to Discord. See, now that's bad. So if those kinds of things happen to you, I'm hoping that by me saying this in this current like time, if anyone's ever had any of those issues, um, try changing your display settings on your graphics card a little bit, so that it's less aggressive. And then same for the action center. I made it so that the action center doesn't notify me. I essentially I turned off the action center, and I check my computer for updates manually a lot of the time, so it's not like we need to really worry about that. Like I'm basically when I start doing stuff, I always check if there's an update, because back a long time ago when I was playing Overwatch competitively, I lost a match because my computer shut down because of a Windows update. So because of that, um, I always keep an eye out for that kind of stuff. Yeah, no, so the thing is with my particular schedule, I can't really even have active hours on my PC because well, I'm active randomly. Even now, like I mean, it seems like I stream generally in the same time slot, right? But sometimes I'll stream earlier, sometimes I'll stream later, sometimes I'll stream for long hours, sometimes short hours. It just depends. I remember we updated the 7 days server once, and it was really funny because when we loaded onto the server, we actually had to start that server over because when we went to an area slightly that beside our area that hadn't been loaded, it dropped by like 2 or 3 stories, like in like level, like the character like the houses were like 2 or 3 stories down. It was really funny. It was like 90-degree angle, like a wall, drop straight down. Oh, I was talking about 7 days. Like one of the alpha updates for 7 days caused our server to corrupt, and it was like a 90-degree angle. It's hilarious. I've seen some really, really weird jank in games over the years. That's one of the reasons why games are just so interesting to me. And even if you were to try to see why it's doing that, sometimes like even the coders, the people that know the internals, they're like, yeah, it shouldn't be doing that. It's great because sometimes just things happen. Jank magnet. I think, yeah. Okay, so we want to get to at least I want to do at least to the 10K mark minimum today, as well as I want to finish the wall in the section that I want to finish. So that's gonna take some doing. So the 3 things that I've got on my docket for today that I want to do is I want to get mechanics to level 5, which I mean is not too hard. It's actually just 2 in-game days of doing mechanics, and I should be good on that. Um, 2 or 3 in-game days. Getting 1,000 kills should be doable as well. Ooh, is that a lead pipe? But we'll see. Okay, let's see. Which one of you had the pipe in you again? Oh, it was you. Is it a lead pipe? Yeah, it is. Nice. Lead pipe. I think another zombie had something in them. I want to grab the spear, but I know that I can't have it in a moment anyways. Because we still got another 40 minutes of axes. Because I've been repressed. I'm okay with being repressed. I don't mind. Sometimes the game needs me repressed. It's only fair, right? Nope. Imagine you can have the time to kind of just take apart a watch while. Oh, hi, Danu. How are you? Are you having a good day? Hello. I'm killing the zombies right now. I, I'm kind of hoping we make it over to the storage unit and manage to find a welding mask zombie. Because then I just need to find a propane torch, and propane torches are a little easier to get than the welding mask. At least in my experience. How are you? Are you doing good? I'm doing good. Doing a late nighter with PZ friends. That sounds fun. I got killed on the multiplayer server due to jank on the Wild West server. It was unfortunate, but it happens. Yeah, it's okay. It was interesting the way that it happened though, because my character was T-posing the whole time until she died. That is, and then she wasn't T-posing anymore. I really didn't have the option to log out though, because I was on the back of an ATV and it was moving, and then the game froze, and I was like in the middle of like the desert, and then it went from immediately like being frozen to being surrounded and dead, like that within instance. Like there was no movement allowed involved in any of it. I was just a very dead individual, which is fine. That's okay. Yeah, it's okay though. It's my fault for climbing on the back of that ATV in the first place, though. So I take the L on that. My fault. I will hold that L. It is my L. Don't blame the server. Don't blame anything. Nobody. Nobody's fault. But my own. Okay. For right now, I am trying to kill this way. Because somebody redeemed axes, I do want to kind of kill at least a handful for before I go back to the wall. Because we are going to go back to the wall, and I need to do one cell on the wall, one level in mechanics, and kill 1,000 zombies. Those are my sort of things for today. Those are the things I need to get done. So we're about halfway on mechanics. We've killed, I don't know how many. I've not been keeping count. Only 200 or so. So it's not that many. Not a while ahead of us, at least. Bouncing all over the place. Where's your trailer? Yeah, that's the vehicle snapback bug. See, with my bug, I was T-posing on the back of a ghost ATV. Like, there was no ATV there because the ATV had driven off already, but it looked like I was on the ATV. Yeah, it was weird. Sometimes jank happens. Most of the time, though, 9.9 times out of 10, it's you don't really die to jank in PZ. You die to bad choices and or misplays. It's like, for example, even that death, it would be kind of jank-ish, right? It was a bad choice. It wasn't just jank that killed me. I chose to get on the back of that ATV. Therefore, it's my fault. You see? So although some folks may not agree, they'd be like, "Oh, well, you definitely died to jank there." Yeah, but it's jank that could have been avoided. So, you know, it's one of those. If I hand you a loaded gun, like, and you shoot yourself in the foot, I mean, technically it was kind of my fault, right? Sort of. Plus, it's something to learn from. That's the one thing that I'm really happy about is that I was able to learn. Don't play with vehicles on multiplayer servers unless you're the one driving. So if I ever take the Sunday driver perk again, I'm never getting in vehicles. I'm not even going to touch vehicles. I will run everywhere. And it's not like I can't run everywhere. On that server, when I was playing by myself, I ran from the top. Like, I did the entire outside map of that entire map. I ran the entire distance. So, and I've run from Riverside all the way to Louisville before on foot. Like, it's not like it's that big a distance either. It's fair size, yes, but it's doable. But yeah, cars are definitely janky in multiplayer. It's not necessarily their fault though, because the player desync stuff is also really pretty bad too. I'm hoping that with optimizations in the future that'll sort of sort itself out and that there'll be less issues. Kind of like how Minecraft works. Minecraft, it's much more crisp, right? Especially when we play Minecraft multiplayer. And it's a similar sort of format, right? Do I have any more axes? It's not an axe. I ran out of axes! I can't fight the zombies anymore. Because I'm repressed right now. I can't fight axes. I need axes in order to fight. I've been repressed for 30 more minutes. So what we'll do is we'll forage on our way back to the car. If we get a chip stone, I can fight a little bit more, but I can't fight right now. Yeah, hopefully everybody's day's going good and you're having a good time. My day's been really good. I'm actually really looking forward to watching more Yakuza with Emma later. Yeah, couldn't let me have it, could ya? Rude. You actually survived that? And you're not allowed to die to bugs. That's fair. And that is kind of fair. If people use backups and they do to and because of bugs or jank, I'm not like I don't mind that. I think that that's fair. It's up to the person that's doing it though to decide that like I mean is how bad is the jank and could it have been avoided? And like I mean, it's up to that like at that point, you know, you decide. And if you're really like it, let's say for example you're going for like um more important things, like I mean, like you can bring it to peer review and be like, how bad is this jank? Do you think I should pull a backup? And then from there, if it's a yes, like I mean, easily do it. But if you're playing for fun and stuff, like it's not, there's no big deal. Exactly. If it's casual, then like I mean, it doesn't matter. But even if it's like, for example, there has been jank in the past, like that we've reviewed as like peer review and agreed, yeah, that was jank. You can go ahead and, you know. Even my alt tab thing with my graphics card, people were like, you could redo that. I was like, ah. I thought about it, but no, due to the fact of me knowing that the graphics card has issues, it's my fault to a degree, and I can't justify it. It's not on Zomboid that I did that. It's my own issue. What did I think of the old foraging? The old foraging was cool. Like just standing in one spot. The new foraging is better. The reason why I like the new foraging better is because it gets you moving. That's important in a game. If you're going to be playing a game like PZ, you don't just want to stand in one spot. You want to move around, which is one of the reasons why I'm going to be very excited when they do the fishing update. Because no longer do you just stand in one spot and fish. Yes, it's a little bit more annoying for like trying to get bulk amounts of fish, but yeah. So in build 42, they're going to be updating the fishing system. It's going to be more like Stardew Valley, and also fishing spots are going to require little circles. If they don't have a circle, you can't get fish out of them, which means that you're going to have to either. I think they're adding like chum or stuff like that, so you'll be able to kind of activate fishing spots. I think. I don't know how it works exactly because I don't work at Indie Stone, so everything I'm saying take with a grain of salt. It might they might change their mind entirely, but that's the stuff that I know about fishing is that it's going to involve a mini game that you're going to have to do, and that it's going to be dynamic in the same way that foraging is, where you have to move around. You can't just stand in one spot and fish. Same for trapping and hunting. They're going to be adding hunting into the game, so like you'll be able to hunt like deer, and well, we can assume that the deer is going to have a lot of Sorry, a lot of meat and usable parts. I would assume they're probably going to do usable parts on deer. Sorry, I'm just I'm processing how many axes I might need for the next little while, and I'm trying to think about how to go about it. I think 21 stone axes is good, at least for the time being. That should fulfill the requirement. How much time do we have left? 20 minutes of axes? Yeah, I think that should be good. Another 15 can go in the car. I'm really hoping that they do that, but that they also let you they let you have a dog and a cat. Like I mentioned before, they've got a lot of items that hint that that might be a thing. I would like that to be a thing if it's possible. Like cats can keep be at the base, and protect your base from rodents and keep your base safe. And so like because they're adding rodents into the game like as NPCs, so like little tiny like rodents running around. I'm assuming that those rodents are going to have an effect on your food stores. Like they'll maybe attack your canned goods. Imagine that you're like non-perishable and perishable foods being eaten by rodents and stuff. So like to attack the player's food supply. Panini. If I were to get a cat, I want to name it Togo. That's what I want. Well, yeah, and it could lower stress too. Think about because like you could pet them. Okay, one of knife. Okay, are we good? I think we're good for the most part. I don't like how filthy I am. We're not gonna go killing though. I don't think at the moment because we have like what is it? I would feel. No, we did one day of killing. That's good enough for now. Okay, I just wanted to wash all my clothes so they're good. We'll wear the long johns. Denim jeans can go in the backpack. I cook these. Okay. What is my weight at, anyways? Okay. Have a good one. Enjoy your walk to the store and or ride to the store. Enjoy your mini adventure. How's my weight? Solid. Have a sleep. Alright, so I can go get more kills. I'm pretty sure there should be a zombie around here, right? I just want to go kill that one zombie that was kicking around wherever. Okay, well, I don't see them, and it's foggy, so run back. We're gonna do, because like I said, I want to get I want to do mechanics to 5 today. I'd like to also get fishing to 6. Mechanics to 5, fishing to 6. More work on the wall. $73, $78. One. Does annoy me a little bit though that I can hear growling. Oh, I think it's the ambient track. This is why I harvested half of them when they weren't seeding, is because I knew that it would be, but we still get profit out of it. Would I kindly break a crowbar for you? I mean, you are the person that redeemed an axe. Sure, I can break a crowbar for you. I don't mind. Give me 2 seconds. Well, it's going to take me longer than 2 seconds to break a crowbar. But, let's see. I'm assuming that your current axe related one was that you're changing it to crowbar, which is long blunt, which is fine. That's okay. I don't mind if you change it halfway through. Just well, if I'm already fighting, then that would be kind of annoying. But Axe is not over yet. No, it's not over for another 10 minutes. But that's okay. You're the one that redeemed Axe, so it's fine. I don't mind in the least. But yeah, I can bring a crowbar. I think long blunt actually is my weakest weapon right now, isn't it? Nope, never mind. I'm wrong. My weakest weapon actually is the katana and the machete, which is kind of how you want it to be. It means that you're doing good in terms of your if you're trying to level all the weapons, which you don't need to do. You could just need to level one weapon really. Leveling all the weapons kind of just it's a flex more than anything. It is something to do though. But so long as you have one weapon all the way leveled, you can basically clear whatever you want until you die. '93, '61. '66, '65. Take the muffler off yet? No. So I don't take off stuff unless I don't damage it because I don't like to. I like to be able to put stuff back on. I don't like damaging the parts. I know a lot of people will just kind of like sacrifice a vehicle. I'm not really keen on that. I don't see much of, especially when you got really good parts. Why would you want to destroy your good parts? But see, I'm not following my own advice right now because I forgot that I'm not trained to do sport. So see, I always forget that this car is not a standard because this car looks similar to this car, and this car to me is a standard, right? Yeah, see, standard car. I'm bad with cars though, but yeah, I don't like to take off parts unless they are 100%. You also take out a bunch of headlights. I don't do that either because it's. I don't know. I just don't. It's one of those things that I could go grab like 50 headlights from the box that I have over in the house. I don't actually know if I have 50. I think I have like 20 at the very least. Because I like to keep them around to change light bulbs if I need to change light bulbs. The reason why I dropped the tires on the ground is probably obvious for most folks, but it's because I don't want my character to be too encumbered if a zombie shows up. Because I am doing this in the middle of a parking lot. Zombies can wander in. They're not gonna probably, but they could. I think I've only been interrupted doing this once, but once is more than none. So that's also why I have it pinned like this, so that when my cursor's not on it, um, I can still walk around. And actually, while your cursor is on this menu, you can still walk around. And it's just when you get a certain distance away from the car, it'll close. But you actually have full control of your character in this screen. There's no Here we go. Hopefully we only have to do one more batch of mechanics, and then that's it for today for mechanics. Because like I'm not doing mechanics all in one hit this time. I'm kind of just taking my time with it. We don't actually need to repair a vehicle, and I don't have a welding torch anyways at the moment, like no propane torch. So I can't fix certain parts on the car. I can fix stuff like doors though and seats. I mean, I guess you can without a torch. It's just it's not preferred. There we go. Finish this. This should be about halfway through 5, I think. If I had to guess. Like, I think we'll only need one more day's worth. Because we were at what, 700 to start? So I think we'll be at about 1200 if I had to guess. Maybe less. We'll check at the end here once I'm done with these. One, 6. And final verdict is... Oh, I was wrong. 1300. Darn, I was 100 short. I thought for sure it would be only 1200. Well, I gained 100 more XP than I thought, which means we just need to do one more car tomorrow, and then we should be good on cars for now. Why am I sad? Don't be sad. Here, have strawberries. Have as many strawberries as it takes to cure your depression. She was sad. I don't know why she's sad. Don't be sad. It's okay. Okay, what do we got now? Tomorrow we'll do the last of the mechanics and get that done. We should be able to get a few levels in this, like in this section here. You wanted me to break a crowbar, so I'll go do that really quick as well after this. It's really it's just as much as smashing the crowbar against West Point as hard as I can till it breaks. Three more or 2 more in-game hours of reloading. One more or 2 more batches of reloading. There we go. See, like that. Drop the jack and the wrench on the ground. Have a sleep. So level mechanics. Is that a sad salad? No, it's not. It's a happy salad. Okay. Level up noise incoming. It's funny because I don't actually have a tire pump at the moment. Eventually, we'll have a tire pump again. It's not like they're uncommon. I guarantee when we get to the American Tire store, there's probably a ton of tire pumps in there. It would be really, really funny, though, if I never got a tire pump throughout this entire playthrough. And that I managed to find like 6 car batteries chargers instead. I would get a real kick out of that. That level of RNG would be hilarious. Because I've been through a playthrough where I never found a car battery charger before. For 3 years nearly in game, I no car battery charger in any of the locations that normally you would expect to find them. Can't wait to upgrade this vehicle later. Surprised we haven't hit the mechanics like level up yet. We only needed 100 X or 200 XP. I suppose that's why we needed 200 XP. It's gonna be like 99. Please prove me wrong. Watch, if I open this up, it's gonna be like... No, we only gained 12? I guess... Yeah, maybe it wasn't... We didn't gain 12, we gained like 6 XP for taking apart those 2 cars, because I guess it was too quick. Like, we were too back-to-back on it. Ah, it's annoying. Oh well. Get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir. I was too soon on it, I didn't realize. Oh well. It's okay. We got no XP. Sad, sad day. It's okay. That we will go like that. Well, let's check. Good job. A good call on it. Bit of a stretch. Have a sip of my beverage. Yeah, I like keeping care of myself. Sometimes I forget. That's why that wellness thing exists in the first place, kind of. Because much like every streamer, we, while we're doing stuff, we forget. Alright, I'm supposed to break this crowbar. Do we have time to do that in this in-game day? Not really. Really need the fish either right now, so what can I do? I mean, I could look around the area for a bit. Do some area cleanup. Because there was that one zombie that was kicking around here. I don't know where they went. They are missing in action. Just scared me a little bit there. Hey there, Shadow. Hopefully you're having a good day. Okay, you win this round. It's what you go for, I feel. Is that you try to win all the rounds. It's good so far. I'm glad that you're having a good day. I guess we don't really need to clean up the area. This area seems kind of chill. I thought there would be at least a cluster or two. Guess not. How do I... There's nothing more that I really need to be doing right this second, so... I don't want to do this. This does kind of suck a little, but that's okay. Sometimes you gotta just kind of bite the bullet. But it's pain. It's so much pain. I don't want to do this. I can't. You could see me running around trying to forage in quotation marks, trying to. Oh, I'm looking for crops. No, you're prolonging the fact that you don't want to do reload magazines. That's what you're prolonging. I mean, I tried. I knew it's not good timing to food foraging. It's like, you're making excuses. What you're doing. I see through you, self. You and your procrastination. Maximum procrastination. Let's insert these there. Unload these ones. And reload these ones. And then why don't we unload them again? And then reload them. That seems like a good plan. And now begins the real pain. Because we just hit reloading level 5. This is the real pain. Because here. So you see how much XP that is? 1.62, right? So let's unload these two. All right. And if I reload these, because you don't get XP for unloading them. 3.72. Now, mind you, I have to get 3,000. So that's with the two magazines that we have. We gain like, like 2 XP. And that's just to get to 6, we need 3K. And then from there, 45K, 100. And then from there, you need, like, it just keeps getting worse. And that's generous amounts of XP that I just received. Sometimes it doesn't even give you that much. Because it feels like there's a chance that it just gives you nothing. Similar to like I did when you seen me do the mechanics earlier, but the difference being is the reason why mechanics didn't give me XP earlier was because I did the cars too quickly, and there's actually a cycle that it protects the cars so you can't spam them. I don't think that works with magazines. It's just it's like it's probability. You roll chance for XP every time you put a bullet in is what it feels like. I know that's probably not how it works, but it is pain. Maximum levels of pain. Don't worry. This is not the entire stream, thankfully. We're just doing this to kill in-game time for a little bit. Because I don't want the time to just go to waste, but sometimes I don't like care. But right now I'm trying to be productive. So in order to be productive, I set a list of goals for myself. Today's goals are to get mechanics to 5, get at least 1,000 kills, which means that we got to break the 10K mark. And then also, I want to build one full cell of the wall. So one full cell of the wall is we're about 25% on that as it is. So it's not going to be much longer on the wall building, at least not in my mind, anyways. We only need to do about another 300 or not 300, 240 tiles approximately, which is not that much wood. Like we've got plenty there. I know my math is wrong on that, by the way. I just rounding. Rough math. In theory, though, we can get quite a bit done. One more in-game hour of reloading. So if we don't count the level up, we would have been at 0 for level 5, and we'll see at the end of the next in-game hour how much XP we would have. We gained a total of 32 XP over the course of those in-game hours. A little bit more than that because we weren't exactly at 0. We did level up our reloading, the 5, but we were pretty close as it was. Okay. Are you gaining weight? How is that possible? I guess we didn't really go out yesterday. We did mechanics for a little bit. Which now we should be getting XP for it. Which I can check like this. So we're at what? 12? Yeah, we are. Okay, good. After we're done with this, we'll go break this crowbar. Hopefully we get a few axes out of breaking this crowbar. Do you feel like CDDA gives you enough weapons to be self-sufficient? Well, yeah, definitely. Actually, more. You don't even need the weapons from the zombies. I could craft weapons to fight the zombies with if I really wanted to. I don't like the amount of weapons that we receive is way more than necessary. Like I have a backlog of weapons that just keeps building and building to a point where actually will get to a point where I stop picking weapons up entirely because there's no need anymore. Or I'll just like leave the weapons on the ground. But look, so these are the infinite weapons we can craft, and you can actually craft a lot of different infinite weapons, and they're fairly good, especially if you can get your maintenance up. If your maintenance is high, then all of the infinite weapons that exist are really good, meaning that there's actually one infinite weapon for every single class except for long blade. So for the infinite weapons, you have the stone axe, which is really, really good. It's actually the best axe in the game for combat. For long blunts, you have the plank. The plank is not great, but I mean, it is still an infinite weapon, and it's okay. If you have nails, you can make the spiked plank, which is slightly better, but it's like still, you might as well just be using the plank, in my opinion. If you don't have crowbars, bats, or any of that stuff, this is going just based on the infinite weapons that exist. So, short blunts, you have now, not counting like taking apart cars and fences for the metal pipes, you have the stone hammer. The stone hammer is not bad. It does quite decent damage. And then well, I mean, you're gonna build up lots of nightsticks over time, as well as lead pipes. But I'm trying not to count the loot, right? So the stone hammer is decent. It's not bad. I would say it's middle tier in terms of the infinite weapons that you have access to. Longblade doesn't have an infinite weapon. Shortblade does. It's the flint stone knife. And that one's not bad. It's similar to the stone hammer in terms of damage. And it is a knife, so if you stealth, kind of, although stealth is not real. It's You can do the single jaw stab stuff as well as if you're fighting zombies one on one. And then the spear. So out of all of these weapons, the crafted spear would probably be the strongest, followed by the stone axe, especially if you have lumberjack, and then you would have the flint knife, the stone mallet, and the plank as also fairly good. So they're all really, really good weapons. That's just for the infinite weapons. But as you can see, like we do build up quite a lot of weapons over time. And this is a very short playthrough so far, and we've got what is it? I think we've got three or four katanas. Um, I don't remember. A couple crowbars. You just and as your maintenance goes up, your weapons go up too, right? Because like the amount that you can kill to receive more weapons becomes bigger, and it just keeps kind of growing from there at almost infinitum. So like to until you reach a point where you just don't care about the weapons so much anymore, and you kind of will just pick up whatever you find on the ground. At least that's to what I see. Um, Early on, though, utilize the infinite weapons best you can. So, like, obviously, spears are not going to be great because they're fragile. But you wouldn't mind using things that are like a hammer or whatever you have available to you. Just grab a weapon. It doesn't matter what it is, and you can use that, and then just keep building from there. It'd be interesting to not have any loot at all and do like a playthrough that's literally pure crafting. If that's the case, though, you wouldn't be able to level your long blade because the katana and the machete are both weapons that you loot. There we go, and that's level 5 mechanics, like I said I wanted. All right, so we got level 5 mechanics. Now I need to go break this crowbar, and then after we're done breaking this crowbar, we will go work on the wall because the wall is actually going to be the thing that takes the longest out of the other things that I want to get done. Which currently the things that I want to get done are I want to get get to the 10K mark, which is 1,000 kills approximately. Which we're almost there. I should edit. Okay. But yeah, it's so after a couple months survived is when the weapons get really good. And the CDDA challenge specifically, because you start in December, you're already 6 months into the apocalypse. You're gonna see katanas, machetes, etc. So the CDDA challenge kind of, while starts you off in a more difficult environment, loot wise, it gives you a lot more weapons that are better. Also, if I remember correctly, the CDDA challenge also puts you in with an abundant loot setting for nature's bounty, which is you know, when you do foraging, you get lots. But you need to get out of winter first, though, for foraging to be good. The trick to CDDA is focus on the CDDA's requirements first, and then that's when you start to thrive. Is after that. So the CDDA requirements is beating all of the different parts of CDDA. So CDDA is you start naked, drenched, sick, drunk, deep wound, glass and groin, right? So those first things are the important parts. So you need to do those first. Get rid of naked, get rid of drenched, get rid of drunk, sick, deep wound, and get away from the fire. Essentially, don't be near that because there's no point, right? And then the last thing on the CDDA challenge is to defeat winter, survive winter. If you can make it to March 1st, that's it. You've won. So it's about getting the food that you need in the best way that you can. Foraging, unfortunately, early on in CDDA is a bit of a pain, even with Nature's Abundance high. Unless you have the Herbalist Mag, you're kind of going to be screwed. Which, if you get a Herbalist Mag, give her on the foraging. But if you don't, and you've made it through that first bit, looting Dixie is probably the easiest way, or looting Doe Valley, going out to the farmlands and looting that area. Because you can get butter, you can get enough food to sustain, just barely until you reach March. Once you reach March, you can then fish, you can trap, you can bring your weight back up. And if you can't happen to find like, try to get the hunting magazines if you can, and unless you take hunter. If you take hunter, that's good. Then because then you can start with stick traps as well, which will help sustain you long enough that you should survive. Like, it won't save you weight wise, but it'll save you hunger wise. Alternatively, if you do manage to loot all of Dixie, then you should be pretty much set. Dixie can be a bit annoying though sometimes. The reason why Dixie's annoying is more so just because it's next to Muldra, and when the helicopter event's active, it can pull all the stuff from Muldra over a little bit. So it can make the Muldra strip annoying to you, but that aside, it's not that bad. And the respawns. If you're playing CDDA, respawns are a thing, so you just need to be wary that that is a mechanic that exists, and that some areas that you may fight in may repopulate. That was a huge whip. Yeah, trapping can be really, really good in areas that do not have water. Although most areas in the game have water, so you can probably find a place to fish. It'll be nice when they change it though, because then people will have to be a little bit more creative than just, stand in one spot, fast forward time, and absorb fish. I do like that. I think that's good. That's a good change. Makes the game more dynamic as opposed to samey. I know a lot of there was a handful, not a lot of folks actually dislike the foraging update, but there are a handful of folks that probably preferred the method before, where you just stood in one spot and absorbed the resources from around you. I mean, that's great, but at the same time, you got to appreciate the fact that the devs want you to see more of their map. They want you to explore. They don't want you to just stand in one spot, make a single base, and just be base like in one area. They want you to an area to get dry, and you have to go to the next area a little bit. Go explore. Don't just trap yourself. It's too hot. I miss my Hawaiian shirt. All right. I don't think I brought food with me. No, we did. Okay. Oh, that's okay. Don't worry. It's better that you have work call you though. That's a good thing. Don't worry about it. I'm still here and it still exists and we'll be there after, so it's it's priorities. Don't worry about it. I'm doing okay. We're making progress. I've already hit one of the goals that I had for today. So one of the goals was to hit Mechanics 5, which we did. My next goal is a little bit of a mixture. I want to do at least one cell of the wall. So one cell and 10k kills break. So those are the two things that I got to do today. We'll break 10k kills and we're on our way there. We're at 93.39 right now. And for those that don't know, my kill count right now, due to the fact of me playing vanilla, is manual. So I have to update it manually, which means that every now and then I update it. We'll be updating it when I hit 10k. That's what's gonna happen. So. Right now, we're just breaking this crowbar because Beast wanted us to break the crowbar. So there's literally no reason to break this crowbar. Why not? Sure. For the viewers, no. There are mods that let you do it automatically, but I can't run those mods due to the fact that I'm doing a challenge that revolves around vanilla, the purest form of vanilla, which means that I can't have mods. No display counters, no cosmetic mods, nothing. I'm just herder, not vanilla. Yeah, that exactly. So as a sort of to silence those folks and make sure that we're doing the absolute best in terms of that, we don't have no mods. I don't even have the mod manager mod that lets you organize mods and is not active during the game. Yeah, if I want this record, I gotta work for it. Which, I mean, the record is, and there's a little bit of strangeness about the vanilla record, because it's weird. The thing that I know about it for sure is that the vanilla record is between 135 and 150k. Now, in saying that, I thought that, and I think that Royal with Cheese has the vanilla record at 150k on a Survivor. I don't remember if they were called Mama Dalton or Bill Murray, but one of those two. Don't know which. Now, I thought that was the case, but I don't know for sure because I couldn't get a confirmation on it, so I'm just rounding it off around 150k just to say that's what I think it is, and I'm just gonna beat that. So it's at least 150k, if not, that's minimum. So as a requirement, I know for sure Rural Storage had Jeremiah Wiener. Was it Jeremiah? I'm pretty sure it was Jeremiah, right? I remember Wiener. Wiener being the last name. First world record character. You think that I can do it too? That's really kind of you. I'm gonna try. And then I'm basically just I'm hoping to sort of just hold the record briefly until Lamprey comes along and snags it back. And then I'll play with footsies with him for a bit, but the thing is I can't beat Lamprey. There's no way in hell. There is just no way. You can't. It's my record is 240 something k kills, but due to the fact that I had integration on and I had my frog hat and a display counter for my kills, those were all mods, so I can't count them. That's just how it goes. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that Cheese probably has a 150k character. I would assume he is very skilled at the game, from what I understand. I haven't really gotten to see him play much, though, due to the fact that he does a lot of, like, he swapped platforms a few times, and then he doesn't really play on those characters. He does a lot of multiplayer and other stuff, so I really haven't got an opinion on Cheese at all. As opposed to the other folks in the community that I am able to make opinions of because, they're around. Like, that basically all the marathon runners are awesome. They're awesome folks. I get to hang out with them and wave at them, and they're amazing folks to be around. So, Yeah, I think it's dumb too, but at the same time, just to silence the folks that are annoying, it is frustrating, but they can't really say anything about if I'm running no mods at all. Yeah, the other one's Vanilla Plus, which I just marked as the other category in my document. So for those that don't know, because there's some folks that might not know, if you do > scoreboard, you can actually see a large portion of the vanilla as well as other categories that exist. One of them is kind of a funny category, is controller percent, which is there's only one person in controller percent, but it's just so that we can remember the those that have fallen as well as those that get personal bests. I gotta update Lampreys later because I know he's running right now, or he was running earlier, and if he's gotten off, I'm not sure. But there's a lot of folks, and I try my best to keep up with it. If anybody wants to be on the scoreboard and they're a streamer, and they're welcome, even if you're not a streamer. If you're not a streamer, I will put you on the scoreboard, and I would just asterisk your run. That's all. You just get a little star next to your name that says, this is my PB, and you can be on the scoreboard too. It's for everybody. It's supposed to be like a community thing, and I just update it gradually over time. The only one who has access to the document is me at the moment. And it was an idea that actually Lamprey spurred on, and that I started doing because I wanted to turn them into Lamprey's document. But due to the fact that nobody was turning into that document, as well as that the only person that actually put forward any info was the info that I was collecting, we ended up it's just my document at the moment that keeps track, which it's fine. Like, I mean, it's the unofficial official PZ personal bests leaderboard, because you can't really have an official leaderboard for a sandbox game. It's silly, and that's why I also have on there, please remember that it's for fun. You don't have to take it seriously. We're all just shooting for big numbers for fun. you know. Yeah, it's the official list we've got. I also have another document that is both my old time, and I started tracking long runs, and I want to do more of them in the future. But so, for example, Lamprey's run. Last I checked, he was at 1,232 hours and 50 some odd minutes and whatnot, right? And that's what it is. It's a track record of your run essentially and how long it is. For example, my long run is was 711 hours long, but it's kind of cool, right? To have that number. I know I spent 711 hours on that 2 year 11-month run. It's just neat to put a number to it. You know, because some numbers tickle some people. Some people like numbers. I like numbers. I think they're interesting. But yeah, there is a stipend as well for my runs that are being submitted to the scoreboard, and that's if you change your day setting, like if you change your day to 1 hour days, then or like let's say you do 2 hour days, your survival time, you don't do the math and edit it. Oh, it's I've actually survived this long if it was 1 hour days. No, you don't edit it. Whatever it says there is what you survived. So if you're doing 2 hour days and it says you've only survived for a month, well, you've only survived for a month. Hold that. You pick the longer days, you have the longer stamina, you get to hold those longer survival times that are shorter. At least that's the balancing factor, because in the fact of it is if you do 24-hour days in the game, you're gonna be able to rack up a daily kill count that is literally absurd. Imagine if Lamprey did a 24-hour day, what his kill number would be. It would be in the tens of thousands, especially if he just went all day. Because he's able to do like what, at least like between 700 and 1,200 a day minimum, kind of, once he's reached his stride and his character's got 10-10 on maintenance and spears. That's more than I've done. My biggest kill number that I've had in a daily session is 1230 something, if I remember right. I think it's 1232 or something like that. 1252? I don't remember. I could go back and look. It's but that's my all-time kill number for a day. And I took vitamins that whole day, as well as I was fighting with knives literally nonstop. I think I was it was during when I was fighting the mall zombies over by Valley Station. The Crossroads mall zombies. How did you guys get in there? Weren't they outside before? How did they get in there? Were they outside? Were they inside? I'm confused. Yeah, 1,200 plus hours on 1 hour days is ridiculous. It's a long time. There's a lot of maintenance. This is gonna take another day to break this crowbar. My maintenance rolls have been too good. I just thought it would be a quick jaunt over to West Point to break this crowbar, but look at that. Look at my maintenance on this crowbar. It's crazy. It wasn't really even a mint crowbar. It's just a good maintenance rolls are keeping it going. It's okay though, I don't mind, because we still do need to hit the 10k mark for kills today. But yeah, like, hopefully that it's like it's good. Like I said, if anybody wants to get themselves put on my scoreboard, feel free. Message in my PZ section of my Discord. In order to do it, you got to select the PZ role in the Discord. A lot of people like to show their screenshot of this. I like this. If you show me this, this is lovely. You get to even see your character's name, which I'm thinking of adding either a picture thing to the document or maybe even just the character names so that people can start remembering the character names too. Because we do that sometimes. It's more so I was just wanting to know more about the community itself. That's one of the reasons why on the document it has information that's completely extraneous. Like, you don't need to know somebody's favorite traits or favorite weapons, but I just like knowing that stuff. What people like, what people don't like. What is your play style? What is your favorite way to play the game? Ooh, this is kind of why I was. What are the rules about daylight? Whatever it says in your no doing math. Whatever it says here is your survival time. So, for example, if you were to set the game to longer days, your survival time will show it. So if you whatever this says, so for example, if you're doing like if you see somebody who has 9k kills and they've only been playing for like a couple like of days, well, I mean, it's relative, right? Because your character gets more stamina the longer the days are. They need to eat less. There's a lot of benefits to having longer days. They make the game easier overall, sort of. Not quite, because the longer days means longer nights as well, kind of. But then again, your character gets to sleep through the night. So you see it becomes you're able to rack up a lot more stuff when your days are longer. Now, obviously, if you wanted to rack up a crazy numbered survival time, 15-minute days would probably be the best for that if you can manage to maintain the character. Which, I mean, that would be impressive to survive like 5 years on 15-minute days. You'd literally be needing to eat, sleep, like, and maintain. You would be playing super simish. You wouldn't be fighting zombies. But you could get a crazy survival time that way. Maybe kill like 4 zombies and then go run back home, quickly eat and sleep. 1 hour days just feels like the best out of all the ones for me. Now, in saying that, there's some people that like 2 hour days. One thing that kind of annoyed me a little while ago, though, was that somebody's come before and said, like, "Hey, I've got this much survival time," and I was like, I was confused a little bit because the numbers didn't add up to me. And then they're like, "Oh, well, no, you see, that's it. I edited the survival time because I do 4 hour days," and I was like, that's not how that works. Whatever it says is what it is. Like, you don't edit the time because your character's given different stats based on the length of the day. So you're not supposed to do the math and see what it would be if you did have, because you don't have. You know what I mean? You're playing with extra stamina, extra hunger, less thirst. Like, it's just overall, yes, it's easier, but at the same time, it's not easier because when you're playing like harder difficulties like Time 16, it's still gonna be a slog and gonna require a lot of effort on the player's part and not messing up. Because all it takes is one mistake, right? Now, I'm that's in saying that I'm not knocking any longer days than 1 hour days, nor am I saying that oh well everybody should play on 15-minute days. No, play what you want. There's no like limit to it. Play what you want to play. It just annoys me when people are you know being jerks about it to a degree. Because there's no need, right? It's just like when people pick on the weapons that you're using. Like, I mean, just use whatever you want. Don't. My favorite weapon's the hunting knife. Yeah, it gives you infinite stamina. Like, that's why I like it. Just because it gives you infinite stamina. Lets me fight for longer. No, not everybody likes that. Yeah, see, 2 hour days on a server seems good. Like, it always depends, right? It's whatever works. Yeah, there are a few snobs, but see, that's the thing, right? And thankfully, they're a fraction of the community. They're like the small part of the minority of the community, but they are loud though. That is something that they have. That they are quite obnoxious and they're loud. It's usually how it goes though. Most people don't care, which is I'm thankful for, and most people are amazing. Yeah, exactly. Life is too short to nitpick about every little thing. I want to keep running, but at the same time, I mean, actually, we should be able to keep running and make it to the car. If things get absolutely to their dire strait, though, I will drink all my teas. I'm carrying four ginseng teas on my character right now that will instantly get me to um, regular exertion. Probably, it's delicious. I think I'm carrying four, right? Definitely carrying one there, and then how many in here? Maybe I'm only carrying two. They do a lot though. See, where is it? Endurance +4, so they do +8 overall, which could take me to moderate. Yeah, that's the one thing that that's the thing that I commented on when I started playing PZ way back in like January, February. I didn't start then, but that's when I started taking the game more seriously. Was back then, and that was a noticeable improvement from the Minecraft community. Is that the Minecraft community sometimes can be quite childish. There are lots of parts of the Minecraft community that are really good, but like more of them are immature than, and that's not a knock to the Minecraft community. And there are lots of mature good people who play Minecraft. It's just there are a lot of kids as well. And less kids play this game. This game is majority adults. Not to say that there aren't any kids that play this game. I'm sure there's a handful, but it's just mostly mature adults wanting to slay zombies. Super mature. I mean, some folks are. And I mean, you can be immature and be mature. You know what I mean. You can be both. It does happen. Oh, wait, look here. This should please you. Always. Yeah, always. It's one of my priorities in the game that I always go for, is collecting my 2 frogs. Forge a new world order. It's funny you say that because they like in canon they are male and female frog, but I never thought about them having more frogs. It's funny because I had 2 frogs, and I asked Emma to name them because that's just the way that I am, and Emma named them Ray and Pam. And then if we happen to have another frog, it gets named. Its name is going to be unnamed frog number 3, in honor of unnamed frog number 3. I should have gave unnamed not frog number 3 to Rose, or to Roz. I mean Rose. I'm gonna have a cleanup, I think. Are we gonna have to go back out again? Yeah, we are. So we won't clean up. All right. I'm supposed to break this crowbar and it didn't break. Can you imagine just like unloading whatever gun that is? Like, crazy. Danu stabbed you yesterday? What? Danu? How could Danu stab you? That's scary. Why? A little bit. You got a little bit stabbed. Just a smidge. Just a little bit. 10% stabbed. You got silly. Okay. Do 2 more of these. That sucks though. I bet you it's the bad disease that killed those. Unfortunate. Have a good lurk. Enjoy your food. Yay, have a good one. Enjoy your mission. I am going to enjoy my mission, which my mission currently is to break this crowbar. So we should be able to break it in this in-game day. I'd like to believe. Crowbars are sturdy, but they're not like crazy sturdy. Like, they are the best weapon in the game in terms of durability. Like, they have the highest durability. But you can still break a crowbar. I should be able to break it. I think one more in-game day ought to do it. You found your first katana? Kudos! There will be many more katanas. Many, many more. And your katana's already half dead? Oh, that's okay. You'll find another one. Was it Katana Haven last night? How many did you find? You got 3. Yeesh. That's like crazy lucky. Where were you? Were you by West Point? I figure you guys must have been near West Point. Oh, Raven Creek, I see. I mean, that's similar pop. Or, well, no, it isn't. It's more similar to Louisville, but still, you know. Similar pop. I mean, kinda. They just kept falling out of the top of a tall building. I mean, I could imagine it. Fair. There's many frogs, right? You gotta get to level 7 foraging and collect frogs. This is a requirement. Enjoy your dinner. I figured you would both have to go. Kind of. Well, I mean, some couples don't eat together, but I mean, I intend to eat with Emma most of the time. And we did eat together most of the time um, when I visited last. I also cooked for Emma a lot, which is nice. I can't wait to do that again. Emma said she wants to cook for me too. But I don't know. I prefer cooking for her. Mostly because she's more accident prone than I am, and I don't want her near the stove. It was fun. That was really fun. Sometimes you gotta pull out a gun and just go ham. It doesn't pull as much as you figure it would, especially when you're not playing with pinpoint hearing. It's really surprising actually that the guns are so like they're very saying they're quiet though is not exactly the right, but they are. They are really fun toys though to play with. Pew pew. Great, especially at clearing things that are like dangerous that you don't want to go near. You need a lot of ammo though for that. Oh, yeah. There's a lot of music that I have that are in the Final Fantasy slash sort of. There's a lot of instrumentals, like other SquareSoft, Square Enix sort of games, as well as other games too. Old games, new games. I'm gonna try to include some new instrumentals that I heard recently as well. It's not just instrumentals though; it's game music in general. So there's like some Yakuza music on it as well, like from I think it's from Zero. Have I read this map? Yeah, I have. I think this is Banjo Kazooie actually. All I seen was a pink streak rapidly approaching me. It's like... suddenly pink. Okay. I didn't actually get the rest that I wanted. Okay, there we go. We're good to go. How are you doing, Crowbar? Aha! You're down to 50%. Ha! We're going to break you. We will break this crowbar. It will happen. Group by group, this crowbar will fall. Hi, Duke. I'm doing pretty good. So far, we've gained a couple levels. Like, we gained, we're up to level 5 in mechanics. We just gained level 5 in fitness. We put another point into axes. I've been working on my long blunt because somebody told me, or what was it? I think it was Beast that wanted me to break a crowbar. So I was like, okay, I'll break a crowbar. So we're breaking a crowbar right now. This is day 2 of breaking this crowbar. The first day, we managed to burn like half of the crowbar's durability. Now we're on the backstroke of breaking this crowbar. At least I think. I think we're gonna do it. The goal today, like I set a couple goals for myself for today that I wanted to achieve. Um, I want to do one more cell on the wall, as well as I want to reach 10,000 kills today, which we will be approaching soon. We're actually at 9,500. I know I haven't updated in a while. I'm not going to update it until we break 10K. So we'll break 10K and we will finish one more cell on the wall. That's the goal. So basically the back half is going to be mostly just chill building. Or how's your run going? Is your stuff going good still? You still got your other character alive, right? Fingers crossed. Kurumi does that to some people. It's crazy. Sometimes Kurumi is just oh, so you're back on the carousel. I see. Well, you'll get through. Yeah, sometimes Kurumi shows up and it is ominous. Ominousness happens. Okay, so we should be able to clear this section. I might go into the gas station, see if I can get some snacks. 4 days is your longest CDDA? Well, it just takes time and practice to figure out exactly your method of getting out of CDDA. There's a few ways to do it. How do you think you can realistically kill it with a crowbar while backpedaling? What do you mean? Define. I don't understand what you mean. I'm doing it right now. Like, you mean realistically, like in real life? Because this isn't real life. This is a simulated kind of fantasy game. Kind of simish. Realistic-ish. Not real. How well in real life do I think? I would fail. I would be killed in the zombie apocalypse. If we were talking, if it actually happened, not just me though. Everybody be killed. And there's people that think, oh well, we would survive. No, you wouldn't. You would get killed. If you ever want a harsh reality check, that is a reality check. Look at COVID. COVID took out a bunch of things. Now imagine if COVID was a flesh-eating virus disease that caused people to be zombified. It would be worse. Way worse. Think about it. We would be like looking on, like humanity would be basically extinct. It's a pipe dream to think that anybody would be able to survive. There'd be a very, very seldom amount of folks that can. It'd be a handful of individuals at best. And am I included in that handful? No. I wouldn't be able to swing a crowbar and really. Like, you could put any weapon in my hands and I would probably fumble it. Like, thinking realistically, I have no weapons training. Like, at most, you can make arguments that I've used knives and I've got, like training for some of that stuff. Like, I know how to sharpen, like I mean, I could probably survive it, like in a post-apocalyptic scenario that's not zombies. I probably could survive for a little bit, but realistically, no, I'd be probably killed. Lamprey, we're talking about surviving post-apocalypse. Should I go over to my other screen and do lamprey dances too? Probably should. Yeah. Where are the lamprey dances? There. Thank you for the raid, Lamprey. Hopefully you're doing well. You managed to break some more numbers. I know you're basically done with the military base. How goes just more bigger number, yes? I'm in a gas station in West Point right now, kind of just stealing gummy bears. But my wall's going fairly well. I've got more plans. Ah, you finally started on March Ridge. Nice. I figured you would be on March Ridge by now. Like you punched that hole in the fence in the military, and it was spicy a little bit, but it wasn't that many zombies. Like comparatively, it was fine. But yes, it's good to hear that you're on March Ridge now. So you're on your victory lap, the last of the cities, and then that's it. And then you're on to the areas that haven't been edited yet, so to speak, like the Brandenburg area and whatnot. But I figure you'll be at March Ridge for a while. That's gonna be worse than. Do you think March Ridge is worse than the Crossroads, isn't it? Because all of the no mans has got to add up to way more than the Crossroads cell. Easily. Because that whole bottom section gets pulled. It's gonna be. That's a lot. But yeah, thank you very much for the raid. I'm pretty sure that everybody's already following you, but you know, I should shout you out because. And then for me, I do marathon gameplay as well. So not quite as good at Lamprey. But I do fairly okay as well. Lamprey inspired gameplay. So the game mode I'm currently playing is CDDA. So we've made it past the CDDA part. And now we're just on an sort of like an apocalypse plus with respawns on. And it's times 6 pop, standard rally groups, etc., etc. So it's interesting. My goal is to build a wall around West Point to cut off the spawns for West Point. So it should be fun. But yeah, March Ridge 150 plus. This Crossroads Mall was like. That would be less than 150. Oh, thank you very much for the follow. It's interesting. I need to start making my way back. I'm hoping that over here we find another welding mask, because that other run, I don't have a welding mask or a propane torch at the moment, so we're kind of still grinding away. Our stats are starting to turn up. I hit level 5 reloading today. So that's gonna be fun later. Not right now though. I'm not doing a reloading stream yet. It is on the horizon. But I figure you're gonna go and get some food and stuff. Usually you're quite Oh, thank you very much for the subs. And thank you for gifting the sub to Mr. Lamprey. He should not have to deal with ads. never ever good. The reloading wall has been hit, yeah. That 32 XP is from like 8 in-game hours of being in the like, because I didn't want to go out for the rest of that's a 32. I gained 32 XP. Plus, I think maybe like 100, maybe 100 XP on level 5. I don't remember. Just not a lot. Okay, so I go rest. Yeah, this has been a really fun run. This run we have organized, which is interesting. I've not used organized before. Or, well, I mean, I have, but it's not like I've not appreciated organized before. It's really nice to have for the extra space in the fanny packs. It can fit so much. You'd stuff the whole piano stool in there. You love the crowbar? I think the crowbar is good. I like its durability. It's probably my favorite part about it. Um, I'm trying to break this one because somebody asked me to. They're like, "Can you break a crowbar?" And I was like, "Yes." To which I have redeems that where people can redeem weapon use and stuff like that. It's kind of interesting. Added that in when I started doing these CDDA runs. Yeah, we get back home. Have a nap. Oh, thanks to us too, you can live more than a month. I'm glad. That's awesome. If you can learn something from the game and then you can apply it to your own gameplay and get like crazy lengthy in terms of your survival time, then that's awesome. I mean, the game is not crazy deep, but it is wide. There is a lot to learn, like a lot that you can learn and keep learning. Like, I mean, because the game likes to change. But yeah, I definitely can appreciate organized. I don't really like. I feel like for the point value, it can sometimes be a little bit hard to want to take it because I want to take a lot of other stuff that's like in my head more priority, like keen hearing or wakeful or. But I get a lot of points because we do 0 to hero. I've been really not doing exercise as much, which is kind of nice. But I do know that in the future that's because in the start of the CDDA challenge, it's a bit of a pain to do exercise. So you can't really. I mean, you could do exercise, but it kind of would just hamper your character. This taxi's seen better days. I mean, yeah. This taxi actually has really good engine though. In secret, like if I remember right, it was like quality 80 something. Sleeper build? Oh, wait. Sleeper build would be what? Like, restless sleeper, sleepyhead? Oh, I hate that trait so much. It's my least favorite trait in the game is sleepyhead. I don't like that trait. I'm so bad at driving. Car looks trashy, but it's good. Yeah, that's usually how it is. Like, so for example, this car here, if I show you the durability of the like the engine, right? It's green. It's what 75. It's quality. Okay, so it's 52. I think there is an 82 somewhere, but so this car here, although its quality says what was it again? 54 condition overall, and its gas tank is really small. Um, if I go back over here and show you this, what looks like a really nice car, but it's not. Its parts are good, but oh, like the car itself is not very good. So like this one. So this car here looks superior, doesn't it? Looks better, right? 81. Oh, that's lovely, isn't it? But if I click on the engine, its engine quality is 23 and its engine loudness is 34. This is like, it's not very good. Not very good engine quality. Because I'm pretty sure that's you're looking for a big engine quality number, right? You want to get in like, I could be wrong because I'm not really good with cars. I don't really. Cars are kind of one of my weaknesses in this game. I'm a better infantry unit than I am some like Let's see. Food down. I'm thinking I'll probably do it to Louisville too. Louisville's easier than West Point though. That might make some folks go, "What?" But it just is. West Point takes 13 cells of wall in order to wall it off completely in a sort of a safe way. What I mean by that is to wall off West Point, you could do it closer, like you could, but you'd have to keep killing all the zombies on repeat, and it would get kind of annoying. And yeah, like you could do like a tight sort of wall around this area up there, and but to sort of really do it in a safe way, you're gonna want to wall it off like this, and then there's a trickle off point for the river over here. You bring the wall up and connect it to the river there, and then all you have to do is wall off this bridge. And there's actually another bridge somewhere over here. So in all for Louisville, it takes about 13 cells. Louisville, however, only takes 10. So there's a hole in the military fence line somewhere over here. You got to fill that in. And then once you fill that in, you do this entire section all the way to the river. And the river itself counts as a wall. So as you can see, Louisville is surrounded by a river. This section here is already walled off. So Louisville is already mostly walled off, as well as there's a big gate that runs all the way along Louisville on this side. So you just need to wall off the one lengthy section over here. So it only takes 10 cells. I was looking at all of the towns, and I think Louisville is actually gets a bronze medal for how hard it is. It's not that hard comparatively to like to shut off respawns in this way. Obviously, you could just turn off respawn, and I recommend that instead. Think that's literally in the command that I have for my wall. Which it yeah, I just recommend people shut off respawns because there's no real reason to do this. I'm doing it for fun. It's something to do that stacks on top of the vanilla run that I'm doing right now, which is what I'm doing is a pure vanilla run that's set in CDDA. Um, CDDA is really fun though. You start out in Muldra with the house on fire, and you get to kind of figure out your own methods. One of the more common methods is to go to this farmhouse here. And then so you can choose to do what you want from there. Whether you choose to go to there's like a cabin in the woods over here. There's like a little house down here that has like guns in it. You can go out to like this. You can go to Joe Valley and just like have a grand old time. But or you could stay in Muldra. There's some folks that just sit in the town and then they'll just clear Muldra instead. But I have a soft spot for this house right here. This house is one of my favorite houses in the game. Um, and this house is also very frequently an event spawn house. So it'll have either a party or it'll have the police like and criminals event or I've seen this house burn down a few times, but it all depends. Um, and then from there, like usually if this one's not an event house and this one does have like an upstairs, it has like a bunch of stuff with the chance of there's like a tailoring room in the top left of this house, and so like that's your chance at a needle, plus there's a bunch of wardrobes for a chance of a belt. But one of these two houses will also be usually an event spawn, which is kind of neat. And then from there you can kind of just like comb around. That's what I did in the initial was I went through some of these houses here. looted the West Point mansions and sort of prepped them because they're going to be somewhere where I go later. And then we've been living in this spiffo for a while, which is kind of awesome. I like living here. It's nice. And we're getting ready to work on the rest of this wall, but I do want to hit 10k kills first because we're close. We're at, what is it, 9601? I mean, I could edit it, but I'm not going to right now. I want to hit 10k before I change it. Because, like I mentioned before, I'm not playing with any mods, and therefore I have to edit that stuff manually. But if you play with mods, you can have it in a text file that's like really easy. Clear an entire town and then you're safe. So do you do like slow respawns or okay, and then you do the integration. Integration's really fun. I like integration in the early game, but then it starts to get kind of after you've killed like most of the zombies. It's like because you don't really see them anymore, and then it just starts hiding zombies on you. Which is it's good and it's bad, right? It makes things kind of more interesting, but also can kind of there we go. Okay, let's grab that. But yeah, it's kind of nice to have respawns on, sort of. It definitely taught me a lot about how they kind of work because I didn't really understand how respawns worked before. Like, it's one of those things that it's like weird. And I didn't know that the AI director was kind of controllable. I suppose that's kind of makes sense. And I didn't realize in the beginning that the player was at fault for most of the issues that happen at your base. You existing at your base is what causes a lot of the problems. Because if you're nowhere near the zombies, they actually can't do anything. Like, so that's why I'm building this wall in the way that it is. If I'm nowhere near this wall, the zombies can't destroy it. They lose their ability to have actions. They actually can't even pass through doorways. Like that's one of the reasons why door frames are good for this as well. There we go. I do really like the whole stuff that I learned from this, and I'm kind of glad I did it. I do kind of wish I was playing times 16 sometimes, though. I just didn't think I would have the time. That's the one issue with it. Okay, worm can go away. Okay, we're good to go. Your only experience with that house was dying in a bathroom? Me and Emma lived there. It was our favorite place. If you died to a bathroom party, though, that's on you. Don't go in the house. If there's more than like one or two zombies in a house, they'll break down the door on their own, and you don't have to worry about it. Bathroom. I've not seen a bathroom party directly before, or maybe I have, but it's just like you don't really notice because if you're fighting your zombies outside, you're good. It might have been a bathroom party. I don't know. Oops. You want to join in the bathroom party? That's fair. If you want to join in, that's different. Sometimes it's fun to join in the zombies. I wonder if that's something that will get like, because there's that mod that lets you be a zombie, right? I wonder if that's gonna get more. It'd be kind of cool if you could like be the zombies, and then you could play player. You know, you could play on servers as like. Does anybody else remember that Zombie Panic game that used to exist, or Zombie Master? They were like Half-Life um, games that existed. They're like Half-Life 2, like mods of some kind. I liked those mods. They were fun. Yeah, in both of those games, you kind of in Zombie Master, you played as a like it was players versus like a trap master essentially, and the other one was you played as a zombie, or a like they were like like commandos I think I don't really remember, but and the whole point of the game was for one of the sides to win, right? Like so like either the zombies or the but if you attacked then you attack them, they would join your team. It's like one zombie versus like a bunch of oops. The reason why I keep stopping and killing some of these is because they're a little too close to the wall, and I don't want them wandering over there while I'm still building it. Okay. I'm thinking that those games existed. There's a lot of games that I was really surprised existed. It's like the one where you used to like spell and you were like, I'm trying to remember. It was a spelling game from a long time ago where you used to like go up a river and it was like a spelling river, something like that. I looked it up one time. I don't remember exactly what it's called right now. It's like jungle? It's spelling jungle? Something like that? I don't remember. There was like a guy with a tiki mask and a bald dude with a parrot. Don't really remember. It's been forever. Far too long. How much more durability do you have? I mean, you're getting there. Ah, spelling jungle. Yeah. So I was in the right like track. Exactly. Spike typing games. There was that one with the penguins in the ice. Do you remember that one? I remember that one. That one was fun. The penguins and the ice, and you had to like. It was like you. There was a. It was. I'm trying really hard to remember how the game went, because this is like pulling it from like. I haven't played games like that in like so long. um It's funny that I can still remember them though, like at least the gist of it. Like I remember there was like a snow island with a penguin, and then there was little tiles, and then you could like I got a visual of it, which is interesting. Oh, you have a knife. Stay there. I'll be back. Hello. I feel like we've talked recently, but it's good to see you. Thank you very much for the follow. The I don't know. For me, time is weird. I don't know. Time is strange in my world. Yesterday can both mean now, like literally yesterday, but it can also mean several months ago. It just depends. I don't know. It's weird. Like I feel like I started this run yesterday, but I know I started this run last month. Like, it doesn't feel like I've been playing this one for very long. Like, maybe it's because I've played other games, or I don't know. Time is weird. Good to see you, though. It's getting easier to remember your name, though, because it's one of those things, right? That's like Reinforced, I guess. Okay. Nice. Making progress. I guess maybe the reason why I think that we've talked recently was because we've talked recently in other streams, maybe? Maybe that's why. I'm trying to remember when we last chatted. Oh, there it goes! We did it! Ha! I don't have to use that anymore. It's broken. Freedom! Freedom from the tyranny that is that crowbar. Goodbye, crowbar. It's been my pleasure serving with you, but you are now gone. Goodbye. The level of freedom. Maybe. To me. Go, go, go. Alright. Are we at 10k yet? Nope, but we're about to be. Because I am going to break all of these knives. Name's wrong. No. No. Nope. Denied. I mean, I could put down that, but nah. Well, I mean, I've been running around. Yeah, we'll just rest for 2 seconds. How many more do I need? 300. And then we can go build the wall. Really? Interesting. Feel unrestrained and it's nice. Not quite high enough short blade. A little bit more. No. Well, kind of. I pressed 2, which is how I switched to the one on my belt. So it's not really a bind. Well, I mean, it is a bind, but it's like the one on my belt. If we're talking about my secondary, no. There's no bind that I have to do that. If I want to switch to my secondary, I actually have to right-click here and go equip primary, or I can equip it to my belt and then press the button for it, depending on what my brain says to do at that moment in time. And sometimes I take the one that has more steps, but it's just like more comfortable for that moment in time. So it always depends. Yeah, it does depend. Oh, look, more tomato seeds. I don't really need more tomato seeds, but sure, more tomato seeds. Why not? Right now, I'm kind of just hoping to get to the back of the storage unit. I'm absolutely praying that we get a wood axe. Because if we get a wood axe, then that will be so good right about now. I don't actually think we'll make it to the back of the storage unit, though, at the moment. It's a bit of a tall order, given the fact that we are playing against West Point times 6 pop, and it's a bit of a pain in the ass. I am using short blades though, so it's possible. I don't want to get caught either. I want to make sure that as I'm going in there that there's not anything between me and my goal. And there's going to be a lot of clusters that are going to be filling in behind me as I go, so I need to kind of be careful of that. Is there a benefit to dual wielding? Yeah, kind of. The benefit in the vanilla game of dual wielding is when, let's say, my primary breaks, I can hit equip primary on the second weapon, and it'll instantly swap it over into my other hand. So it's useful. It's just it's sort of plus something else that's notable about it is that while it's in my hand, it gets weight reduction. So because this is in my other hand, it's getting the equipped rate reduction. So for example, let's say you're carrying 2 bars. The bars weigh how much? Like they're like what? They weigh 1 or something like that. But when they're equipped, they weigh point. Or let's say it's the hammer, for example, weighs 1. When it's equipped, it weighs 0.3. So like you can kind of carry heavier stuff when you're like if you equip it in your secondary. It's useful in that way too, but just make sure to not over encumber yourself, because as it'll cause you to use more stamina, and stamina equals how many you can fight, and so on and so forth. So safely engage the zombies. Because you want to have an overwhelming advantage. You don't want to, because even if you take a scratch, that's that's 7% chance on death. You don't want to take any chances. In saying that, though, ooh, that's nice. We got another axe. Heck yeah. Thank you very much for the follow, by the way. I do appreciate. Is one of the people who I made friends with in the West. I made friends in the West, which is cool. Wild, wild West. I swear I seen an axe there somewhere. Found you. Are my skills max? No, not even close. I mean, some of them are, but first aid is easy to max. I can do that in under an hour. Tailoring took a little bit longer, so I think this took 5 or 6 hours, maybe less. Mechanics is easy to max. I can get all of the crafting ones I can max really easily, or they max passively over time. Same for the weapons, kind of but my short blades are level 7, so they do pack a punch. But no, my skills aren't maxed. Not close. I mean, foraging is maxed, I guess. I guess I have 3 skills that are maxed. But not really all of them. Alright. Oh. Most of my commands are text-based ones just to fill information that people need. So if people can't find the Discord link, or they want to know about stuff that I'm doing, like mods or settings or stuff like that. I like the commands we have. My favorite command is admin. That's my favorite command. The reason why admin is my favorite command is because 1 second. I'm just gonna kill these ones and then I'll show it off because it's hilarious to me. Let's see. Okay, I think that's the majority. Okay, so we can pause for just a moment and I can show. This is my favorite command and this is why. It makes me laugh every time I see it. It's hilarious to me. The bot tells me I'm not staff. I do not work here, apparently. I don't work here. I am not staff. It tells Elm that too, and Elm makes the bot and owns the bot, which is hilarious to me. Because it's a custom bot. We make that. That is our bot. You're amazing. Thank you very much for the follow. But yeah, my current trait list is fairly decent, kind of, I think. It's good 0 to hero, anyways. You start with weak, underweight, or very underweight, and unfit. And then the negatives are slow healer, slow learner, conspicuous, pacifist, prone to illness, weak stomach, short-sighted, slow reader. Those are all fairly manageable. And then the rest of it is like hunter, thick-skinned, organized, handy, low thirst, keen hearing, gymnast, brave, wakeful, angler, outdoorsman, dexterous, cat eyes, and then I'm a burger flipper. You don't really need to go this ham on your weapon skill. It's a little bit overkill, but it made it so that like it essentially counters pacifist and slow learner to have these two. I didn't really take them for that reason though. I took burger flipper just because I like short blades, and then hunter I took for all of its benefits. Hunter is amazing. Gives you aiming, gives you maintenance, or does it give you maintenance? I know it gives you short blade. Short blade, all the traps. It's just really good value. I'm pretty sure it definitely gives you short blade. Does it give you maintenance? I think handy is the thing that gives me my other maintenance. Because burger flipper gives you maintenance, and then handy gave me the other maintenance bonus. Yeah. I take handy though because I don't like carpentry. It's one of the like I'm not really keen on carpentry as a skill, like leveling it and taking apart stuff, and I know that's a weird reason to not, but you know, it is my reason. It's stuff like that that makes me wonder about how it works, but it's got to be visual, but it's not. It's weird. Why does it always have to be so weird? There was 2 knives in this pile. Where is the other knife? There it is. I win. I won a knife. No, not really. 0 to hero just means basically most folks will translate it to zero fitness, 0 strength. However, there are like I mean, if you were to start with lumberjack and like you have only 1 strength, I'm sure that people wouldn't really care. Like it's so long as the like it doesn't affect like you take really low starting stats essentially. It doesn't really matter that much. But yeah, there's no major like rules or restrictions to it. I mean, obviously you can't start with strong and athletic. That would kind of defeat the purpose. But like, doing weak unfit start is actually a really cool way to get a bunch of bonus points. So definitely recommend. If you haven't tried it, you should. Okay, did we break 10k yet? No, we still need another 100 and some odd. One sec, I'm just gonna. Because it's kind of warm. Perfect. Should take off this here as well. I have food on me. I think we have the view. It's stale. Okay. But yeah, there's no official rule set for it, but most of us would just say that 0 fitness, 0 strength is the best way. If you started with 1 fitness isn't actually all that much. Like, cause or not fitness, strength. Like the reason why I bring that up is specifically because of lumberjack. I think lumberjack gives you +1 strength, doesn't it? So even if you take weak and unfit, you still get the +1 to strength. I don't know exactly. I haven't ran Lumberjack in a while. I'm very frequently either a police officer or a burger flipper because I really like short blades, and also because police officer is just good overall. If you're going to run guns, police officer is the way to go. You can make arguments for veteran. Veteran is fairly good as well, but police officer and brave is good. Starting with 0, just know that your character is going to be kind of bad to start. It's just kind of, but it's all uphill from there. You can't get worse than 0. Well, I mean, that's not true at all, actually. Because 0 with maximum fatigue, sickness, and all of that, yeah, that's even worse. It's like you go into the negatives at that point. But okay, we gotta go back anyways, because I somewhat overstayed my welcome. Mostly because I was just trying to get the rest of what we needed. So we're at 9,900. We just need another 100 kills, which is not too bad. Can do that later. Yeah, I figure you're well aware. Most folks in the community are like fairly good at surviving with the low stuff. Oh, I want to alt tab and fix that. Sure. Just be careful with I've got the auto mod set to base but so it bonks people. I haven't changed any of that stuff. It's all default. Just, well, yeah, it's just because the it's fine. I know what you mean. You like to play masochist mode, essentially, which is fine. Hello. Hopefully you're well, Lucky Ducky. But yeah, it's fine. The context is fine for what you said, so I don't mind. Things are context sensitive. No, I'm not binded by the crowbar. The only reason I did broke that previous crowbar was because somebody asked me to. And also, like, well, if you guys redeem the weapon classes, I'll use them. It's just it depends, right? But that person did redeem axes, and then they asked me to use the crowbar, so I was like, okay. Is it bound? Well, it'll lock me for an hour. But somebody did ask me to break one, and I was like, sure, I can. So if I agree to it like that, then I don't mind, like, doing it. You know what I mean? So, like, if you want to see a particular weapon in combat, like, just let me know. Alternatively, if you have 1,000 points, you can force me into a weapon, kind of, for an hour. There are exceptions. The first exception is that it is the weapon class, so not just one weapon. So you can't just say, you know, spoon and expect me to kill zombies with spoons. And guns are not on the table, no. The reason why is because most of the time when I play, and including now, I play with low loot settings, so I don't have the ammo to sustain guns, and most folks will pick guns on repeat, so if they're available. So I can't sustain it. So because I can't sustain it and I don't want to use the gun melee, which is you know, me using like a push and then unarmed, it's oops, ow. The so we just leave aiming off the table, and it says melee weapons. So it's like, you know, the standard: axes, long blunts, short blunts, long blades, short blades, spears. And we're getting an even swath except for long blade because oops, because well, that was, I might need to restart my game. So someone said fork. No, I wouldn't fight with the fork for an hour. But if somebody asked me, "Hey, could you kill a zombie with a fork?" I would be like, "Okay, yeah, maybe." If I felt up to it at that moment in time and wasn't busy, yeah, I would kill a zombie with a fork. But if someone redeems fork, then that means short blade to me. So that means hunting blades, you know, butter knives, screwdrivers. That's what the fork's classification is, right? It's a short blade. So that just means all short blades are on the table. But it also is interesting because, for example, not in this particular playthrough, but in previous playthroughs, people were spamming short blunts so much, and I didn't have a means of renewable short blunts, so I actually had to be running around looking for rocks and making short blunts like out of the improvised hammer. So, I mean, in theory, my weapon stores could get exhausted, but if I notice somebody's like spamming particular weapon, I will go out of my way to get a lot of whatever that weapon is in preparation for them. So like, you know, it's interesting, and we do have quite a few of all of the weapons. Like, I mean, you can't see it here, but I think we have 3 katanas as well as machete, if I remember right. You know, we've got a decent store of crowbars and other such weapons. It just depends. The reason why I implemented it in the beginning was because I you know, in case somebody wants to see their favorite weapon in action, and I don't really care which weapon I use. I can use all of the weapons. It's not that big a deal, you know. So most of the time, though, people will, or at least the most that has been redeemed is a lot of people redeeming short blunts, but they don't like short blunts, which amuses me. It's like, you must secretly like short blunts then. Like, I mean, if you really want to see me use them, there's got to be some kind of, you know, secret love for short blunts. I'm not super stocked up, but I have enough weapons that I can last for a little while if people redeem things. Like so. And I'm trying not to use the regular axes or hand axes at the moment. So if people redeem axe, I've been using stone axes. Because I am trying to save the regular axes for the wall. But see, we've got these two here, katana. There's a katana somewhere else, if I remember rightly as well. Is it in the back seat? Yeah, it is. It can stay there. But yeah, we've been building up weapons gradually. And I'm trying to build up ammo as well. The thing is I don't want to take your guys' points for no reason. And if I were, like I said, I was thinking, oh, well, I'll make a guns redeem for a bit. And then I thought about it. I'm like, well, people will just spam that one. Because we won't be able to save the ammo we have. There's no way. Like, how much ammo do I have right now? 5 boxes of Magnum, and that's like it. And that's not like we're level what 3 aiming, so I mean it's not terrible. We could probably hit most of our shots, but probably not all of them. Okay, so I want to go out and kill at least 100 tomorrow. and then we'll start working on the wall again. Yeah, to check on the strawberries. Nope, nothing. We're starting to get to the point where we won't probably hear the level up noise for a while. Like, eventually. And then eventually we'll hear the level up noise every like 10 seconds, which will be nice. It's a good thing the level up noise is good. It's a good sound. I can see that driving somebody crazy. Oh yeah, feel free. Have a good one. I'm sure I'll see you again. Especially if I decide to play multiplayer again. Which I probably will eventually. It's just... The only issue is that I don't want to cause more problems for other people. And I feel like that's part of it. Is that there will be problems for other people. You know. Given that my connection was was not stable, I assumed that I was causing instability for other folks' connections as well, and I felt bad about it. It's no fault of my own, of course, but still, it's not because I can't control the internet. I mean, wish I could. That would be kind of nice. Internet powers. It's kind of a lame superpower, but I mean, it's not terrible. Okay, I didn't hear the slam, so I don't trust it. Okay. Oh yeah, that's my favorite part about it. You can just fight forever. I love short blades for that reason. They are my favorite weapon in the game. Now I'll admit that the stone axe and the spear are superior in terms of kill quantity, and I will admit that the crowbar and the baseball bat are really good for durability. Same for short blunts; they're really good on durability. But short blade stamina kings. And like, I mean, yeah, you have to attack twice with short blades and short blunts. So you kind of, in order to down the zombies, it takes two. Like at max level. Sometimes one, but sometimes two. Most times two. Um, it's still worth it in my opinion for its stamina cost. Like you don't even need to worry about the size of the horde that you're pulling. Like you can just pull it all. You tire out in real life before you tire out in the game. Or the game will force you to disengage because of corpse sickness, which is kind of funny. I got fever once in the previous playthrough. Um, Nearly died. It was very scary. Thankfully, we caught it early, so I was able to run away. I was being super distracted. That's because people were being crazy and generous, and my brain struggles to process that stuff sometimes. I love the fact that we're not unfit anymore. So good. I can run around and not be winded. Short blade does have one additional benefit that's kind of like that's good in the early game for learning, and that's it forces you to kind of commit to a closer range on the zombies, and as a result you get fairly comfortable with fighting the zombies. So long as you're willing to kind of like admit when you make the mistakes and get too close, um, short blades can be very, very rewarding in that sense. In saying that, though, the no stamina thing is awesome. You'll end up having more stamina at the end than you use. And the zombies will produce more short blades for you. So it's like win-win. If I could break this kitchen knife, then we'll use that spear that's in my on my back. Break that too. I'm kind of hopeful that we find a welding zombie though. We gotta get closer to the warehouse for that though. Alright, kitchen knife. We'll break this spear now. Yeah, you basically rarely run out of weapons at all though. Like, especially if you pick up every weapon. Like there was a moment in the when I was just kind of like picking up weapons at random and was just using everything. And that's when I thought about the redeem, like to be able to, because I was like, maybe there's some people that want to see their favorite weapon in action. There goes that. Spears. They are funny. They don't last long, but they sure are fairly good. I don't want to take too much on. Did we break 10K? Oh, we did 10 ago. Okay, nice. That's another milestone that I hit for today. Nice. So I don't really need to be here anymore. Just kind of right now assessing the zombies in the immediate area. And there's no zombie that has a welding mask, so I'm just gonna leave. They're like katanas, but you can make them. Yeah, that's true. I kind of can't wait till you in build 42 when there's gonna be like blacksmithing and stuff, which will be kind of nice. You'll be able to make your own long blades, maybe. I'm hoping. Like, I don't even care if they're shittier than or if they take an extra long time, and that's why their durability is really good. I just to be able to make long blades and not have to rely on RNG for katana and machete would be kind of nice. Life refill. Look at that. That's like almost perfect durability. Knives. They're wonderful. Yeah, every version of the weapon has a craftable except for long blade. So I went over it earlier. The three weakest they're not weak by any means, but the weakest of the three are the plank, the stone hammer, and the flint knife. Those are the weakest of the three, and by no means are they weak. They're fairly good weapons. But they are the infinite ones for the other ones. For long blunt, short blade, and for short blunt. And then you've got your stone axe, which is the best axe in terms of combat. And then you've got the spear, crafted spear, being one of the best weapons in the game for quantitatively killing zombies. And that's everything, right? This is what I mean about them filling in behind me, by the way. They think I don't know. They are mistaken. I know for sure how their rally groups are going to wander in behind me and just sort of fill in the gaps that I've made. Thank you very much for the follow. Oh, that's really cute. Hello. Hello. Sending all the vibes? Oh, I'm having a good day. It's been decent. How are you, Gabe? Are you having a good day? How goes your run? Is your run going good? You slept in longer than you wanted? Oh, I see. That happens sometimes. Are you going to be streaming later today? I am curious. Hopefully you get in a good one. Sometimes work gets in the way, and I understand that completely. That's one of the reasons why I'll be gone for a little while, is work. Oh, so you're building your combat stats back up. I understand. That's kind of well. I mean, I had that visual or the my graphics card fail, and my graphics card failed actually. I don't know if anybody would have noticed it, but when I was down here, over here, when there was no zombies around, there was a flicker on my graphics card as well, right before I opened my window, which which would have been heard as well probably. Um, I'm wondering if it's heat related because it was really hot in this room just a second ago or like a little while ago when the graphics card did the flicker. So I'm wondering if maybe it's a heat related issue. Maybe the graphics card isn't cooling itself properly, and as a result is causing my issues. It's a GTX 980, not Ti, just 980. It's an old card. 2016. This graphics card has been with me for a long time. I might need to think about an upgrade, but games get better and better, and until eventually then it flickers once and you lose your control of your character. And when the problem with me is I play with short blades a lot of the time, right? So me losing control of my character even for a second is annoying. That's how I got nabbed in the last one. My last death, if anyone wants to say, it was technically caused by Discord, but it was my graphics card having a feature in it that causes an alt tab thing, or did. It doesn't anymore, but I like that. A similar flicker just happened a little while ago, and I'm wondering if it's heat related. I should just replace the graphics card. It's a good thing that I'm planning on doing that when I move. Like, well, I'm gonna build a brand new PC that should last a few years. We shall see, though. It's one of those things that takes time, right? My first goal is to go and visit Emma again, and then, like, I think it's the year after that is when I'll probably start planning the move. Okay, I think we should be able to leave now and go and start working on the wall, because we hit the goal that we wanted to for today in terms of kills. So ever done any of that? Yeah, my last run was integration. Like, we had plenty of integration. The integration started at 1 month, and people could call in helicopters and jets using channel points, as well as follows, subscriptions, and bits. The most common was subs, though. Sub summoning helicopters, and somebody summoned 35 helicopters on me while we were still fighting West Point. It was interesting to say the least. In saying that, though, it was interesting. We don't have that on at the moment, though, so we're doing just a pure vanilla run at the moment. Just as a side note, so that people don't feel like the need to do any of that nonsense at the moment. As generous as folks are, it's crazy. That person was trying to get my character killed, though. I think, maybe didn't work. I ended up dying in that run to my own movement error, actually, which was kind of cool. That's exclamation point PB death, that one. It's my most viewed clip, which is hilarious to me. It's the end of my best run. PB. It goes so quick too. It's one of those things. Like, it doesn't ever take very long to die in Zomboid. That's the thing, right? When you die, you die and it's over. Like, it's fast. Unless you're playing with infection mortality on slow and painful. Yeah, it's not bad though. I was happy. When I died, I relieved, like, the amount of sigh of relief there was in that death was over the moon. Like, I was so happy. Cuz every day was a boon. Every single day, I for months on end, I was doing a PB run. Like, I couldn't be mad at it, not even a little bit. It was every day was a gift, and I was really happy with it. Let's grab these. What's a personal best? So like if you hit your stride and it's your best run, PB, personal best. There's a lot of amazing personal bests that people have achieved in the Zomboid community. 1 month, 60 on 2 hour days. That's fine. Having longer days just means that your survival time will be kind of shortened a little bit. That's all. You'll still be able to produce quite a lot, and then you set yourself on fire. It happens. It's okay. Just gotta be more careful around the campfire and or other fire related things. If you were doing like Molotovs or something. One of my friends who does a lot of CDDA stuff lit himself on fire at a campfire like a little while ago. Like it happens to the best of us. Sometimes you just step ever so slightly towards that fire, and it's awful. What's worse about it though is when you the way fire is right now, it's so weird because your character gets burned, or sometimes they don't. Sometimes you could dance on the fire for a while and you're good. Is my friend okay? No, that friend lost that character and had to start again, which is fine. That's the name of the game sometimes, right? The tiny fire was invisible. Ooh, that sounds kind of janky. There is a handful of jank in this game that does exist. Most of the time it's player error, but like there is that 0.1% of the time where it's like, yeah, it's jank. Increased if it's multiplayer and increased if there's sprinters involved. So like I feel like it adds like 5% if it's multiplayer, maybe even more actually, like 10% if it's multiplayer, and then an extra 10% if it's sprinters. Because sprinters are also super jank. Yeah, sprinters are wild. I'm gonna do some sprinter runs eventually. I just want to get the wall built, and then after the wall's built, I'm just gonna go for lots of kills. So I'll probably just go to Louisville, just like settle my score with Louisville, because Louisville's killed me twice. Mostly because of my own stupidity, though. Because one of my deaths was because I drove a car towards the graveyard in hopes of I was gonna pick up the gold with the car. That's what was the hopes were. And then the other one is my PB death there with the katana, where I nimbled myself to death. Essentially, I moved ever so slightly in the wrong direction. I was supposed to move up, not down, and I moved up. Or sorry, I moved down. And the zombie then grabbed me, and then it was over. It was just a movement error on my part. But I'm willing to, like, you gotta learn, right? Is there a way to get the kill counter working in multiplayer? Yeah, like I think it's the same. You use Twitch stats, and it would still just record your characters. This section here would get recorded to a text document, and then you could post it on stream with that. I'm pretty sure the Twitch stats works in multiplayer. I don't know though. That's something that you'd have to try it and see. Because I'm not really that familiar with multiplayer. Like the most I've played in multiplayer was when I did the Wild West stuff, and when I was playing on like Bert's server and Vanishing Towers server. those are the times when I played multiplayer the most, not counting the old times that I used to play multiplayer way back when cars were kind of brand new and me and Emma were playing multiplayer together. Emma doesn't play PZA anymore though, because because of a car incident actually, where the cars crushed her character and destroyed her car. Kind of rage quit, yeah. Emma's not the kind of person that would play PZ though. Emma's the kind of person that would rage quit in a game like this, but then can play like shooters or and really enjoy them, or like beat 'em ups. Come on, let's check. That's a good call. Let's fix our character a little bit. Yeah, Cinnamon Win is great. Cinnamon has one of the coolest names on Twitch, as like because it just rolls off the tongue just really well. I think I said that before though. There we go, all clean, lovely. One sec though, I do need to. There blood on these? I just want to make sure there's. No, there's not. Okay, there we go. Okay. Let's update this. Oh, I can't not stop there. I have to stop there. That's not. I can't even kill not one more zombie. It's perfect. Because I'm immature. That's why. All right. Yeah, I can't not stop there. That is perfect. Because we can continue in the next day. Like tomorrow, we can continue. Yeah, we did break 10K. Like we're good. Um, but let's see. So we managed to get level 5 mechanics. I do still need to keep working on the wall, but we got another batch of axes. We've got lots more axes that we can use now. So the amount of axes we have, I'm pretty sure we can get most of this done. Oh yeah, thank you. Anyways, I am gonna look for somebody for us to raid though. So let us do that. And thank you very much, Mr. Lamprey, for the the host and the raid, and as well as all of the follows and the folks giving me subs. I do appreciate it. Let's go see if there's somebody we can go hang out with. Oh, Duke's doing CDDA as well. We can go hang out with Duke. Duke's never made it past. Duke's never made it past day 4, so hopefully we can cheer him on, and he can actually survive longer than 4 days in CDDA. So let's go hang out with Duke. Yeah, he's trying his best. I know. You just got here, and we are just wrapping up. All right, go say hi to Duke for me, everybody. It's not a diss. Definitely not a diss.